İştemem onlar. Girdim ha. Shuni boshidan so'ramadi, hozir men ko'raman nima bo'lib turibdi. Kese o'qigan ekanman. Hozir men sizga not tashlayman. Nimadir? Xatdan kiribsiz-da, men sizga Telegramdan tashlayman, domla linkini. Yo, kirdim, baribir ko'riladigan ular borda tashlab qo'yaman vaqtingiz bilan. Bugun ertaki bu.
Mikrofonlarni o'chirib qo'yinglar, mikrofonlarni.
Kiring, men hozir sizga tashlayman, domla. Kiring.
Qarshi davlat universiteti mikrofoningizni o'chirib qo'ying.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli mehmonlar. Ovozim eshitilyaptimi?
Ha, eshitilyapti. Assalomu alaykum.
Assalomu alaykum. Kechirasizlar. Demak, Zoomda 100 ta qatnashchiga chegaralangan ekan texnik tomondan. Shu sababdan shuni salgina hal qilishga ozgina vaqt ketdi va hozir YouTube'da demak translyatsiya jarayoni ham boshlandi. Orada deylik Zoomda kirish imkonsiz bo'lsa, kira olmasangizlar yoki chiqib ketilsa, bemalol YouTube'da shu jarayonni kuzatishlaringiz mumkin. Demak, jarayonni boshlashimiz mumkin. U holatda aynan bugungi demak tadbirimiz spikerlari, taqdimotchilar demak ingliz tilida ma'ruza qilayotganligi sababli, demak ingliz tiliga demak men ham shu tilga o'taman hozir. Savollar jarayon davomida savollar bo'lsa, bemalol chatga yozib qoldirasizlar. Alohida savol-javob qismida demak ekspertga shu savollarni berish imkoni bo'ladi. So, assalomu alaykum. Good afternoon once again. Our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, yes. We are really glad to see you on behalf of Alisher Navoiy Tashkent State University of Uzbek Language and Literature. And it is a really profound honor to welcome you to today's significant event, a technical assistance mission. It is the second technical assistance mission, which exactly was being hosted by our university. Exactly The first technical assistance mission, it was, if you have remembered, if there are some participants which exactly have attended in offline format and online format as well. It was about international rankings, yes? At September, we have organized it. And exactly, it was really fruitful and successful. So exactly these series of technical assistance missions, they provide firstly exceptional platform, yes, for all knowledge exchange, because it helps to equip higher educational stakeholders with some latest insights, tools, strategies, which exactly we need, yes, in our roadmap of our strategic vision at higher educational sector. And by addressing some critical issues such as quality management, accreditation, digital transformation, internationalization, these exactly sessions firstly aim to empower universities to align with some global best practices while addressing local needs. So I would like to highlight that today we have a really well-known lecturers, yes, our guests. First, it is Professor Dr. Melita Kovacevic. Yes, sorry if I will mispronounce your surname. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, good morning.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum once again. Yes, just I want to check. And we have our second expert as well, Professor Dr. Francisco Gulen Grima.
But Luzlia, I mean, sorry, we have I thought that you resolved the problem. Francisco cannot connect. We cannot go on.
So we have texted him a message. He right now can join, yes, Zoom platform, because there is some enough space as well.
Wait. Did he join the platform? Is he on? Because I don't hear him, I don't see him.
Okay, we texted him message twice, yes. Right now we will check once again.
Yeah, but he just sent a message that he cannot enter. I mean, there were many messages on mails and on a chat, and I mean, I was sending on the chat, and he was mailing to you and to all of us. He still, to my knowledge, did not enter.
We texted him message as well. Yes, exactly. Ozoda, right now she texted twice a message, exactly that he can join, and the problem is solved. Yes, right now.
Yeah, but we need to have him from the beginning. We cannot go on without him being present.
Okay, just let us check.
So if he can join it, if he can join it, this is absolutely perfect, but we need to see him and to hear him.
Так,
Okay, Nazlia, I see that Professor Grima is with us, so I think we can continue.
I do you hear me? Yes.
Yes, yes.
So hello, Francesco, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Oh, okay. It is great that you are here with us. So in that case, we can start, yes, the session.
Yes.
Okay. So Aiza Karimna, she's here. Okay, so that's it. So once again, yes, assalamu alaikum to all our esteemed guests, colleagues, our experts. Yes, sorry once again for some technical problems. It means there was a boom of participants. It means that many police stakeholders and university representatives, they are really interested in that topic, that there was more than 100 participants and there was a restriction of the Zoom platform, which gives a limitation, yes, to be attendees for that platform. That's why we have sent YouTube link as well to the chat. The other participants, if there are some difficulties in joining, you can watch it in YouTube channel as well. Okay. And we have sent Mahmoud John also YouTube link to you that you can send the other participants as well who are not in Zoom platform now. Okay. In that case, today exactly our topic we will turn our focus on higher education reforms in quality assurance. Yes. And this exactly timely and important discussion brings together here, you can see leading experts, yes, policymakers, and the other representatives at universities around the Republic of Uzbekistan. And exactly together, we will share some expertise, we will discuss, put some paths forward to sustainable, inclusive, and innovative higher educational development. And if you let me, I will introduce our experts. Yes, first it is a Professor Dr. Melita Kovacevic. Sorry, did I is there a mispronunciation?
Melita Kovacevic.
Kovacevic. Okay, thank you so much.
Perfect. Don't worry. Thank you, Aziza.
Professor Melita Kovacevic, she is a professor at Department of Speech and Language Pathology, Faculty of Education and Rehabilitation Science, University of Zagreb. Her groundbreaking research in psycholinguistics, neurolinguistics, cognitive neuroscience, and language pathology has earned her international acclaim. She has directed the interdisciplinary PhD program in language and cognitive neuroscience since 2013 and has published over 80 scientific papers and authored many books. A former vice rector for research and technology between 2006 and 2014, Professor Kovacevic has significantly influenced higher education policy. She was a member of European University Association Council for Doctoral Education and chair. It is between 2009 and 2016. She was also a member of a steering committee of European capitals. And she is currently vice president of the Pride Network. It is a network of professionals in doctoral education and member of a steering committee as well. Also, she is a member of International Policy Board of National Science Education Foundation, in Georgia, and a member of the International Advisory Board, University of Granada, Spain. Since 2023, she is a member of Strategic Planning Board of the Hungarian Accreditation Committee, as well as research consultant at Tbilisi Medical Academy, Georgia. From February 2024, Professor is appointed as a member of Scientific Advisory Board at Technical University of Munich Graduate School. Exactly, there are so many achievements and contributions which exactly Professor Melita Kovacevic done. I had summarized briefly information. And what about our second second expert, Professor Dr. Francisca Gulen-Grima. He's also a professor at Department of Public Health, University of Navarra Clinic, with expertise in epidemiology, disease prevention, and quality of healthcare services. He has led numerous international research projects, including 6 European initiatives and 12 AIC projects, and is widely published in public health communication. And Professor Francesca Gulen-Grima got a doctoral thesis award from Instituto de Salud Carlos, and he holds advanced degrees from Harvard University and the University Murcia. Professor Grima is also actively engaged in international scientific organizations and serves as a consultant on public health policy and healthcare epidemiology. So I tried to summarize your really prominent biography. And so we have these experts for today. We have these panelists in our educational quality assurance, which exactly we will discuss about strategies and best practices in that topic. So right now, I want to give the floor, and for me, it's a great pleasure and privilege to introduce Aziza Karimовна Abdurrahmanova, head of Erasmus office in Uzbekistan. Aziza Karimовna, she has been really instrumental in creating invaluable opportunities for higher educational stakeholders, for higher education reform experts across the country. Through her leadership, initiatives like TAM, have provided universities with strategic guidance, innovative perspectives, and actionable tools in order to enhance the vision and performance in our roadmap. So the floor is yours, Aziza Karimовna.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli bugungi TAM seminari qatnashchilari. Good afternoon. Good afternoon and good morning to our distinguished expert, Melita Kovacevic. I can call her Melita, the long-lasting partner of the Uzbekistan higher education community. Dear Professor Francisco, we are very grateful for your commitment to contribute to the technical assistance mission in Uzbekistan. And I'm very pleased to see also the Professor Platform Lutfulayev from Namangan State University. He's also one of the members of the wide higher education reform experts community in Uzbekistan. I would like just to give some background information. So in addition to the well-known joint project, capacity building in higher education projects, to Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility, to Jean Monnet, to Erasmus Mundus projects, there are also one of the target actions supporting the partner countries at the system level. So since 2008, there are a number of national team of higher education experts which are supported by the European Commission within the Erasmus Plus program, but it was started within the Tempus program. And the aim of the national team of higher education experts is to promote the modernization and innovations of higher education in their own country in accordance with the national strategy and reform policies. But also they should promote the common transformation in the common area, European higher education and research area, which are covering 49 countries involved in Bologna process. So the topic of today's technical assistance mission seminar has been agreed and adopted by the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovations. So the national team of the higher education reform experts has been designated both by the ministry and both by the EU delegation and the executive agency in Brussels. So we are really very proud of the contribution of the higher education experts in Uzbekistan, and in particular, it's well recognized their contribution to promote promoting of the quality assurance mechanisms, the ECG guidelines, also the ECTS. Thanks to the efforts of the higher education reform experts community, the ECTS has been introduced as one of the tasks and one of the priority to the concept of higher education development until 2070 in Uzbekistan. So this is governmental decision, and we are proud of this. Particular progress has been also made in development of joint curricula with the European partners, with the supporting the local teams in development of qualitative project proposals. They promoting the Bologna principles and the international credit mobility projects pushed the universities of Uzbekistan to introduce and to adopt the recognition mechanisms, which is also very valuable contribution. And for your information, we have annual traditional HEARS, we call them Higher Education Reform Experts Annual Conference. This year, it has been switched into the international conference. We are expecting tomorrow arrival of the delegation of the higher education reform experts and the National Erasmus Plus offices from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. So everybody are invited to join us online on 20th of December to discuss the further, so the conference so-called Perspectives of Higher Education Development. And all links and all details you can find on our website. And now, not taking more time, I would like again to express our deep gratitude to both European experts for their contribution to this technical assistance mission, to welcome them again, to welcome all the participants of this seminar, and to underline that this is not only today's event. And Nozlia, she will provide more details. There will be a follow-up completely organized in Uzbek language in order to promote the learning outcomes and the information obtained from the European experts and from the local experts on the topic of this seminar. Wishing you a very lively discussions, fruitful exchanges, and both tangible and intangible results. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aziza Karimovna. Exactly as Aziza Karimovna mentioned, yes, about follow-up event, I want to give some short details. So exactly today and tomorrow, the sessions will be conducted in English language, yes, and exactly maybe after 5 or 6 days, they will be, we will do confirmation with the ministry, and they will be follow-up, and we will discuss everything in our Uzbek language. Our previous time, yes, about international rankings, we did the same, yes, after like a 2-day successful hybrid format technical assistant mission, we have a follow-up, yes, and I think a follow-up, it was much more interesting than the time itself, because the exactly here, all the stakeholders, yes, and the vice rectors and the people who are doing some reforms in higher education. There are so many questions. We have discussed many aspects, what we have gained from that time and what we need to adapt, yes, in our national context. That's why exactly follow up, we will do in Uzbek language, and all exactly materials which we will get from our experts, it will be translated into Uzbek language, and they will be dissemination as well. So as we have started a little bit later, I think I will start with my lecture about general information about some relevant higher education reforms, what exactly is going on in our higher educational landscape. Then I will give the floor to our experts. Is it okay, Professor Melita and Francisco?
Yes,
If I will start
absolutely.
with my session?
Yeah. Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so as today's our topic is about education excellence. Yes, some strategies and best practices in quality assurance. So exactly as education reform experts, as stakeholders, we know that quality assurance lies several key components. Yes, each contributing to the overall integrity of the system. Surely there will be some curriculum design development, which must reflect some academic excellence and market relevance, ensuring that our graduates, yes, are well equipped for the challenge and the workforce. And implementing effective quality requires really strategic and structured. Here, if you have seen the agenda, you important and essential topics, yes, about standards, about international benchmarking, about accreditation. So all exactly topics will be discussed thoroughly with our experts. We have one more also higher education reform experts, as Karimna mentioned, Polatxon Aka Lutfullayev. He also will speak about some specific aspect of quality assurance, yes, from digitization aspect. So all in all, yes, right now in Uzbekistan, there is a, we can say, boom of some sustainable development issues in higher educational landscape. And I will start about crucial component of modern higher education. Yes, and here you can see some key aspects here. If we are used to speak about research and teaching process, right now we speak about some initiatives which extends the university's influence beyond academia into direct societal impact. Here we can see that some Uzbek universities partially incorporate these activities, but there is immense potential to expand it by embracing roles such as technology transfer, continuing education, societal engagement. Universities, they can significantly contribute to societal needs and national development. So here you can see in that slide that we have a changing university paradigm, yes? And by doing it, we navigate some complexities of global challenge. Uzbek universities, they are at the forefront of transformative shift. This strategic realignment adopts an entrepreneurial and innovation-centric model, pushing the boundaries of traditional academia to drive societal impact. Recent initiatives like many universities, irrespective of the directions, they have established interdisciplinary research centers. The same our university specialized on humanitarian and social science, but still we have established this center. And this exactly a center, establishing this center helps us to collaborate with leading some local tech companies. It has propelled the development of sustainable energy solutions, contributing actively to Uzbekistan goals for carbon-free economy. So you see, exactly these meaningful societal contributions perfectly align with the global push towards sustainable development. Here, exactly in the second and the third slides, you will see how exactly higher education is undergoing significant growth and diversification, reflecting our exactly higher education commitment to education. The number of universities, the next slide as well, has increased notably, yes, including public, private, and international institutions. So in that slide, you will see the number of students and exactly the number of scientific potentiality, yes, how exactly it was being grown. So also here you can see that since 2016, the total number of public universities also grown in total 221, yes? There is a private universities from 5 to 67, and international universities, right now we have 30. This expansion, it's not only numbers, yes? This is a testament to our dedication to making higher education more accessible and aligned with international standards. So in response, to rapid technological advancement that evolving industry needs, Uzbek universities are undergoing some significant transformation. As an inseparable part of quality assurance, we will speak about digitization. Yes, so here we can see holistic approach of higher education. What unified digital platform we have? Yes, as an indicator of smart intelligence. Here you can see how exactly we can achieve a remarkable 75% digitization of all process. This system here includes pioneering elements like a smart intelligence platform, which leverages artificial intelligence to tailor learning experience, like a virtual lecturer, yes, system that enhance delivery of online education. So till that time in Uzbekistan, we do not have a COIL program, yes, but right now we can say that COIL program we have and we are doing some amendments. So these innovations have resulted in significant 40% increase in student engagement in online courses and notable improvements in academic performance. So this digital shift not only aligns with global educational advancements, but also ensures that it can be like a cause in leadership, providing high quality, accessible education as well. So in order to transform higher education in Uzbekistan, this unified digital platform, it is not only technological upgrade, yes, it is also helps to integrate artificial intelligence with educational process. That's this is an algorithm that adjusts educational content according to individual learning style and paces. For faculty, for instance, yes, it provides robust analytics tools that track progress and identify areas where students may need a help. So my colleague, yes, Polat Hanake Lutfulay, will speak about HAMIS platform in details. So all in all, we can say that this platform also facilitates communication between students and educators, enhancing collaborative learning and ensuring that educational delivery is both effective and efficient. So as part of our digital transformation, this platform has been instrumental in increasing student engagement rates by over 40% and improving all in all academic outcomes by streamlining access to resources and real-time feedback. So all in all, here also we can see some key terms in our higher educational landscape, which was being adopted in all directions, yes? So, for instance, about internationalization, my colleague, Professor Melita, she will speak in details as well. About the other aspects which I tried to cover in about how a university paradigm was being changed in higher education sector, I talked in my first slide as well. And I tried to cover in a unified digital platform in smart intelligence track, yes, how these exactly items can be adopted. So here also we can speak about some reforms. Yes, exactly. I speak about that issue when we have a annual meeting of HEARS. Yes, what kind of problems right now we have in Uzbekistan and how it was being solved, by which way, and what exactly we have done as a result. So here exactly in that slide you can see how in time sequence process what specific problems we have. Firstly, it is about access and equity, yes, to higher educational landscape, because till 2030, 50% of exactly expansion of access higher education should be solved. So we have also here a time limitation. And as a core of our national work plan, it was being done some significant investments in ensuring that education is more right now inclusive, particularly for underrepresented groups as well. So I had showed in previous slides about how exactly the numbers of universities was being increased. Yes, right now we have more than 221 universities. So exactly all public, private, and international universities, they give access, yes, to all underrepresented groups as well, to vulnerable layer of society. And university autonomy has also been a priority, and this was being represented in concept of higher education system development of Uzbekistan. Yes, and this presidential decree, despite expansion of access to higher education, includes the key term of university autonomy, because we all know that it gives more control over our operation on curriculum, partnership, and financial issues as well. So through for instance, the second problem, yes, about digital transformation here. Also, I had shown how exactly unified digital platform we have been implemented, and how robust analytics, which gives a possibility to track students' performance, yes, and how it gives a possibility to educators, to tutors, to fill the gap of students which they have. Also, it was being described in Uzbekistan digital strategy, yes. And also right now we have really conceptual, let's say, item. Yes, it is to put a bridge between university, academia, and industry, because we have many gaps. And exactly our president, he had mentioned, yes, in his recent meetings about this issue. And right now, many engineering schools and research centers was being created, and by doing it, exactly, the universities, they foster culture of innovation which aligns with market demands. These efforts, it is really vital, yes, it is really essential for maintaining high standard of education that meets the needs of rapidly growing economy. So the implementation here, as a result, we can see some national work plan also has led to some noticeable achievements. One, it is a higher educational enrollment driven by our focus on making education more accessible. Yes, the creation of technology parks, business incubators within the universities has developed entrepreneurship and innovation, and new establishing higher engineering schools which are contributing significantly to research commercialization and the development of public-private partnership. So these efforts are transforming how universities engage with broader economy, how exactly universities can ensure that research has a direct impact on society. Yes. So this is also really important. And also here you can see some key concepts which was being in a cascade model was being adopted in all curriculums programs, yes, after 3 presidential decrees and many legal documents. So all interdisciplinary disciplines, yes, was being adopted here. And also, by doing it, we also plan to fully integrate digital technology, aiming for 90% digitization rate of all teaching materials, which will facilitate more dynamic and interactive learning environment. So these goals are not, they're not only ambitious goals, yes. Maybe it can sound a little bit patriotic and really ambitious, but here you can see how exactly step by step it was being implemented. Yes, still we have many gaps, but anyway, all in all, the main idea was being started, yes. And many universities, they are trying to take that initiatives and trying to adapt it. So it helps to prepare some students who can know how to get a real-time feedback, yes, in learning environment. Okay, so all in all, in Uzbekistan, this exactly approach to social engagement is what is the root? Yes, what is the stem of that? It is a belief that universities. it is a belief that universities have a crucial role to play in shaping some equitable society. Yes, so here you can see how exactly universities can develop the strategy. Yes, with the third mission. I didn't mention it in my first slide, but all exactly the items they are really active in third mission. If we speak about quality assurance, yes, teaching and research, yes, they are really traditional pillars. Without them, we cannot exactly obtain some achievable result. But right now, as I have emphasized, the establishing of higher engineering schools, that universities should put a bridge between academia and exactly industry. These third mission initiatives, they are really active nowadays in all, let's say, our documents, which was being signed by ministry and the other legal documents as well. Okay. And right now, I would like to highlight also the role of sustainable development goals as well in quality assurance, because until 2030, the United Nations transform, yes, the agenda, and it was like a most important global agreements in recent history, we can say. So here the important for items in educational landscape, research, education, and organizational governance and external leadership. They're really important because by learning and teaching, it helps to provide students with the knowledge, skills, motivation, understand the whole, all in all, sustainable development issues. And it helps to provide accessible, affordable, and inclusive education, which I talked before. Yes, in research, it provides the necessary knowledge, evidence-based solution, technologies, and innovation, which helps to underpin and support the implementation of all sustainable development goals by global community through both traditional disciplinary approaches and newer interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, we also have that term right now, and sustainability science approaches. So in organizational governance, we will here implement some principles of that issue through governance structure and operational policies and decisions, such as relating to employment, finance, campus services, support services, facilities, recruitment, human resource, and student administration as well. And external leadership here, it strengthens public engagement and participation in addressing all that issues. Yes. And in order to think about it, firstly, we should map what exactly we are doing, and we should build internal capacity, yes, and ownership of that sustainable development issues. We should identify priorities, opportunities, and gaps. And all in all, here you can see the whole percentage represent the global call to action for ending all discrepancy which we have. Yes, it is this information I got from United Nations office. Yes, in order that that exactly the audience should have a clear idea what is going on with that problem, because the priority of third mission, it aligns with sustainable development issues, and the quality assurance as a best strategy, as a best practices, it goes in alignment with that priorities, because recently which legal documents which were being signed, it is a proof, yes, for that problems. So all in all, you can see also budget allocation, budget allocation for that sustainable development. Here, all in some available resources, here it was being shown. It is clear that priority has been placed. Yes, can you show the next one? that place it on several critical areas, yes? And so the first exactly was right now as a priority, it's a good health and well-being, because it received the largest allocation, more than 50%, yes? Then comes quality education. It is like all in all 70% of all resources, and it goes to dedication to access to education at all levels, yes? And also this aligns with Uzbekistan's vision of transforming to education sector that provides more opportunities, yes, to young generation. Then as a third one, we can see peace, justice, and strong institutions. It is another significant focus with 70.8% of resources allocated to fostering governance reforms, ensuring the rule of law, promoting justice across all layers of society. Okay. So also here you can see I did some screen of that United Nations website. Yes, what is exactly their operational governance structure? What but I have shown in the previous one about budget allocation, and what this budget allocation was being regulated by many projects, yes, which goes directly to upgrade quality assurance, and how exactly it was doing. And the next also, it is a short fragment that our university also is really active, yes, in that impact, and it shows really good results. Okay, and there is also some screen of our achievements, which was being taken from the website, how exactly the university volunteers with some SDG office, they are doing really interesting meaningful topics, meaningful podcasts, and this platform education, it is open for all. Okay. And so here I would like to highlight university engagement policy, strategic integration with SPHERE and HERE networks. So as a HERE, yes, as a higher education reform experts, we did many study visits. We have so many meetings, yes, in Erasmus office and in many countries also. What exactly for some university representatives who is right now comprises large audience, that you can have a like a clear, let's say, idea what exactly we are doing. So these basic topics about quality assurance, about internationalization, about inclusive education, about accreditation, about international rankings, about third mission initiatives, we have discussed in many study visits. So there are many representatives from different countries. So exactly, we are doing really great discussions. There are many experts who are contributing with really meaningful ideas, insights about educational policy, how exactly, what kind of problems they have, and what mechanisms they use in order to solve it. So, and these study visits, exactly, if I speak about myself, yes, as a HERE, it gave me really huge noticeable upgrade, yes, in thinking, in shaping up some mechanism. What exactly gaps do we have at the university roadmap? What I should do in order to implement, yes, these ideas. For sure, we can not implement all issues which was being adopted in European society, but as initiatives we can take, and we can disseminate and adapt it in our national context by taking into consideration our national framework of qualifications, our own national standards. And there are great experts we have, yes, and so with under the leadership of Aziza Karimovna, we are doing these discussions. We are exactly doing discussion with the ministry representatives, and many exactly items from that study visits, from technical assistance missions, it was being adopted. Yes, that's why we can see some huge changes. Maybe it's not a huge, but anyway, some noticeable changes can be seen in legal documents, in some university framework qualifications. So, okay. So the next also slide. So here I would like to talk about what exactly we want to achieve. Yes, as a policy stakeholders, as professors. Yes, as not as a reform experts. Firstly, we should clarify for ourselves. We want to move towards to elite society, yes, or we want to move towards a mass knowledge society. Yes, it is also a dilemma. What exactly what we can choose. So what policy actions we can consider? So firstly, it's a national strategic plan for higher education. Then quality assurance agency. So right now we have a department at I think each university they have a quality assurance department, and this exactly department they have a mission. But unfortunately, quality assurance agency as an independent organization, it was right now we do not have, but we have a department and Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. So we should put a correlation, yes, between these departments, and as we speak that universities should find the way how to earn money, how exactly how there should be correlation between academia and industry. We should find some research agencies or I don't know national science agencies, yes, which can help to support and find research. Or we should strengthen collaboration as a fundamental principle. So as an example, they can be graduate schools, research centers, education programs, yes. And we can here establish institutional research units. As a great example, we can give Irrigation and Mechanization University. Yes, they are doing many things, or National University of Uzbekistan. So they have many research unit centers which goes in alignment with their strategic vision. That's why exactly they have really noticeable, huge impact, yes, on the other university experience. So here you can see some my exactly thoughts, which I tried to summarize. So how exactly we can do, what strategical vision we can have. Firstly, we should focus on our mission. Yes, we should develop strategic vision and plan. We can concentrate on some niche areas. So let's say each university they have a strong direction. Yes, let's say in our case. Our university is a thematic university, not as a classical one. We have a maybe narrow directions, we can say, but we represent ourselves as a representative of niche area, which is a unique. It is a Turkology, it is a Central Asian studies, and ethnography, anthropology, which is specialized on Central Asian studies all in all. And we can here also strengthen some internal quality assurance. The other topics will be discussed by our prominent experts as well. That's why I will try to do shortly. All in all, if our objective is to improve educational outcomes for individuals and society, we should follow specialize, strategically focus on some small set of fields. Yes, we should focus on improving the quality of students and learning experience. We should develop particular approach, like a problem project-based learning, work-based learning, and etc. And they should be linked between teaching and research with engagement. All in all, if you have any questions, I will try to give answers in question-answer interaction period. Because it's high time that I should summarize my idea. Thank you so much. Okay.
I don't know if, thank you, Nazli. I don't know if there is someone who is going to announce and lead the agenda, but if not,
yes, I
mean, I will just say
that's my presentation.
We are really running out. Sorry?
Oh, it's not here. Okay, so in that case, I will give the floor to our next expert, to Professor Dr. Francisco Grima. He will speak about quality management mechanisms. So please, the floor is yours. So you will do a presentation.
Yeah, I will
You
try
will
to share the slides.
Разрешение берген? Yes, you have the right. You can regulate it by yourself. But if you need our help, we will do it by ourselves.
Do you see my screen?
Yes,
Did you?
we see it. Yes, this is fine. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yes. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes, it is visible.
Salam alaikum. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to this meeting. And I will try to do a presentation about the quality of higher education in Europe. Why is important higher education quality in Europe? This is important because it allows all the students in Europe to move from one place to another, either as exchange student or also as a professional. For example, I have one of my daughters working in Norway. She's a nurse. She just have to move from one place to another. Another is working in France. So to have a quality.
Sorry for interruption, Professor Francisco. The presentation is not visible now.
Oh, I see. I will try
Sorry?
to do. Sorry.
We can do it from our sides as well. If it's a
Okay.
if you
You
have
can do
technical
from
problems.
your side. Perhaps it will be better. I send you a new version because there was some mistake. So will you do for me?
Yes. You can continue. We are like doing a demonstration of your presentation.
So
Is it visible for you as well?
No, we don't see it.
can you present my slides?
Yes.
Yeah,
5 seconds. Visible? Visible?
Yes.
no.
So next slide, please.
Okay.
Okay. Can you put the previous one? Before? Okay, good. So this is a typo here because it say Ukraine. Okay. So high education quality for us in the European Union is important because it allows a student to move from one place to another, and also allow the professional to move freely within the European Union, and also even in countries outside the European Union, for example, like Norway or Switzerland. So also for countries that are outside of the European Union, they can adopt these quality systems. And that will allow also the cooperation between universities, the movement of students, faculty, researchers. Next slide, please. Okay, next. So the European higher education area was established in 1999 through the Bologna process. Bologna is the name of a city in Italy where a meeting of education minister took place. And the main aim of the process was to ensure the more comparable, compatible and coherent system of higher education in Europe. Because before the Bologna process, if one person, for example, an economist, moved to Italy, he has to enroll at the university, pass several subjects, and then move to France and he has to do again. And now with the Bologna process, the educative systems are compatible. Next slide, please. So the key objective of the Bologna process was the mobility, to facilitate student and staff mobility across European border. The second objective was the employability, to enhance employability through standardized degrees. We have to landscape. One concept was the triple helix. This shows like the double helix of the DNA. Triple helix means the relation between universities and research center, government, and enterprise. And now we are working in the quadruple helix, that the helix will be universities and research center, government, that could be national, regional, or local, enterprise, and also the civil society. I mean, for example, NGOs, foundation, scientific society, and in the relation with all of them is also related with this objective of employability. And the third key objective is the development of quality assurance and to have consistent standards that allow the compatibility and the comparison among the different degrees in the European countries. Next slide, please. So the Bologna process, there are now 49 countries member, including countries outside of the European Union like Norway, Switzerland, the UK, and it has a 3 cycles system: bachelor, master, and doctoral degree. In order to be able to go into the doctoral degrees, you need 6 years. There can be different. There are countries in Europe that the bachelor degree is 3 years, and the master is 2 years, like France, that you have M1, that is the first year's master, and M2, that is the second year master. Or there are countries like Spain that you have 4 years degrees and 1 year master. At the end of the day, you need 5 years, no, to go into the PhD. And also, with the Bologna process, was developed the ECTS, that is mean the European Credit Transfers and Accumulation System for Credit Recognition. It's very similar to the USA and Canada system. More or less, the difference is that one American credit is equivalent to 2 ECTS credits. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So I am going now to the accreditation system. There are several types of accreditation. One is institutional, that evaluate the overall quality of an institution, and the other is programmatic, that evaluate a specific program, for example, a PhD degree, a master degree like an MBA, or a school. So we could have an institutional evaluation or a program evaluation. And there are many accreditation bodies in Europe. There are a European level, for example, the ENQA, the European Quality Agency, and there are national agencies. For example, I will explain later about ANCA, ANECA from Spain, and there could be also regional accreditation agencies. And in addition to the European Quality Agency Association, there is a registry of all the agencies that comply with the ESG. This registry allows for transparency and trust in quality across Europe. Next slide, please. So I am going to speak more about the situation in Spain, that is my country, and I have been working for 4 years at the National Agency of Quality, and I have been working also for regional agencies. Last week, I was in Barcelona evaluating a PhD program. So next slide. Okay, and this is a map of Spain. Spain is in the south of Europe, and we have a lot of tourists. But what we do in Spain, we make cars. So the main industry, if you don't think in tourists, the main industry in Spain is making cars. We have German brands, Japanese. So that made that the quality in the automobile industry, quality is very important. And there are brands like Toyota, so that are very important in quality. So that help us because we have this quality interest in our country. And the country is divided in 70 regions, and it's like a federal country. So with the section of defense and foreign affairs, all the rest of the thing are in the regions. So the first agency of quality in the country was the ANECA, that was the national, but then the regions have also quality assurance for universities agencies. You see in the map or the quality or the regions and or the regional agencies. The only areas that don't have quality agency are those who are in yellow. Okay? And those agencies are also evaluated by ENQA, by the ENQA. Next slide. I would like to also to present Davis Donavedian, that is also he was a Lebanese professor at the United States and has a lot of influence in quality of healthcare and also in my country. He said that when we do a quality evaluation, we should focus in 3 dimensions. Structure, for example, do you have the resources in the university? Do you have library? Do you have a computer? Do you have laboratories? Process is how we do the things, no? For example, I work in a hospital. Well, we have a machine, we have protocols, but we do follow the protocols. Do the staff in the hospital wash their hands with the correct process, with the correct technique? And also the results that in the case of education will be the proportion of students that finish the degree, the average score of the student, and the employability, etc. Next slide. So as I said, there is a national agency that was the first evaluated by the ENQA and by the Association of Quality Assurance of the European Union Agency, and there are also regional agencies. So when a regional agency has the positive evaluation, all the evaluation is made by the agency. So the agency do evaluation of the professor. So in order to be professor, maybe chair professor, associate professor, or lecturer, professor have to go through accreditation with the agency, and it contemplates 4 dimensions: research, like scientific publication, and innovation, like patent, relation with industry, also communication to the public, teaching, including teaching innovation, management, like to be a dean or director department, and also the professional experience that is very important to the physicians. Please go back to the previous slide. Okay, thank you. So when the professor has an accreditation, he may be hired by a public university or a private. We don't have so many universities as your country. We have only 90. We have 50 public, 40 private, and 7 distant universities. So when the professor is hired, they have a research evaluation every 6 years. They have to submit their publication, research project, and they have also a teaching evaluation every 5 years by the agency. And now we are introducing an innovation evaluation in the field of patent, technology transfer, etc. Next slide, please. And for the degrees, every degree in Spain need a verification. Verification is a previous evaluation that can be done by the national or by the regional agency. So the universities has to elaborate a curriculum development, and once that is has the quality approval of the national or the regional agency, they can start with the degree. Also, if there is a substantial change, they have to do the process again, a modification. And also, we have accreditation, that is a process of periodical evaluation that is every 6 years for the degrees and the PhD program, and every 4 years or 3 for the master degrees. Tomorrow I will speak more about how we do those accreditation and the requirement that we evaluate. Next slide, please. For example, for verification, we check that the degree is aligned with the European legislation, the national legislation, also the justification of the proposal, the competence that the student will get at the end of the degree, the syllabus, and the resources. Normally, we ask that 50% of the professors have a PhD and 60% of the professors have the accreditation by a national or regional quality agency. Also, the university should introduce in the quality indicator of the results, like satisfaction of the student, employability, average time in finishing the degrees, proportion of the student that complete the degree, etc. Next slide, please. The accreditation process, in the accreditation process, you have an external committee that review the program, will review all the documentation, will review periodic surveys about satisfaction that are done with professor, student, alumni, employers. We also review the employment, how long take to graduate to have an employment after completing the degree. And also if the employment that they have is related with the degree, if they have an improvement in their salary, etc. And then we do interviews with the stakeholders. For us, the stakeholders are the academic authorities, the professor, also or the person working at the university, that they are not academic staff, students, alumni, employers, social organization like NGO. And with that, we prepare a report. Next slide, please. So here we have some example of how we organize quality at the universities. Normally, at the universities there is a quality commission, and then each school, like the medical school or the school of business, has their own quality commission, and each degree has also a quality commission. So we have quality commission at the level. For example, in a Master of Public Health, we have the quality commission. We have the quality commission at the medical school, and then we have the quality commission at the university level. Next slide, please. For example, here you have the quality commission of an MBA in my university. You have here the dean of the Faculty of Economics. Sorry, it's the telephone. The MBA coordinator, the director of the department where the teaching staff come, one student, one representative of the administrative staff, external representative, expert from the quality agencies, and also, in this case, executive of two companies that are related with the MBA because they are employed. In this case, Banco Santander, that is one of the main banks in Spain, is an international bank, and Deloitte, that is a consultative enterprise that also hire our our students. Next slide. So this is a standard quality commission of the level. So you see that we have persons from the university or the state or the group, professor, administrative staff, student. Also, we have representative of the government, and also we have for an enterprise. So it's like the thing that I say to you of the 4 L's. Next slide, please. And I want to present you the institutional accreditation that we are now moving. Because we have 90 universities, we have thousands of degrees, so the process of accreditation to review each degree every 4 or 6 years, it costs a lot of money and a lot of time. So now we are moving into the accreditation of the quality system of the universities. So the national agency will do an accreditation of the quality system of the universities, and all this process of new degrees or evaluation of the degrees will do by the same universities. Here you have the links. Next slide, please. And this is the National Agency for Quality Assessment and Accreditation of Spain that now is evaluating the quality system at the university level. Next slide, please. Well, the agency is either evaluating the whole quality system of the university, of one university, or is evaluating a school. For example, evaluating the quality system of a business school. In the beginning, this was thought only for Spain, but universities for other countries ask the Spanish government, the national agency, to do the evaluation either of one university in the whole, the quality system of one university, or the evaluation of the quality system of a school, like the business school or engineering school. So there are two levels. One is to receive a training in quality, and the other is an evaluation of the quality system. Till now, the National Spanish Agency has evaluated and has certified the quality system of 27 universities, all of them in South America, and more or less in the west coast of South America. Probably the reason why in South America, not in other place, is because there are a lot of students with Erasmus Mundus that move to Spain, and also professors, and they learn about that. But any country can apply either to receive the training in quality, or I mean, any country, no, any university can apply to either to receive the training how to develop a quality system, or even to have the quality system certified in the same way that the agency do for the Spanish universities. And this is very cheap. And maybe the cost of the training could be 1,000 or 2,000 euros, and the cost of the certification is also very cheap, maybe 1,500 euros. So and could be, as I know that there are many people from many universities, perhaps one of them could be interested in do this process. Okay, in the same way that I am in a hospital in Spain, and we have the accreditation of the hospital from the United States. So here I am going to present some of the dimensions of all the dimensions. I will comment 3 or 4. I will send after the meeting in the next days a more developed document with all the dimensions. But I think that, because I don't have enough time, but you will have a feeling of what is the accreditation of the quality system. So, as I say to you, the objective of the accreditation of the quality system is that the universities can do all the process of revision every 6 years. So the agency periodically will review the accreditation system, but it's cheaper, and you don't have to need those resources that when you have to do with an external agency to send people 3 or 4 days to do the review. So now we are in this process. So we have several dimensions: quality policy and objective, research and development, linked with the environment, external dimension of the higher education institution, publication of information, and maintenance and adapting all the system. Next slide. Here is the first criterion: quality policy and objective. The higher education center must consolidate a quality culture based on a policy and objective that are known and public accessible, and is committed to meeting the expectation of the stakeholder and to continuous improvement. Next slide. And here you have some guidelines. One is to have a device here there are some values like academic freedom, ethical behavior, fight against academic fraud, for example, plagiarism of the professor or the student, or illegal use of artificial intelligence. We are encourage students to use artificial intelligence, but they have to stay in their homework that they have used artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, they are responsible of the document that they elaborate, because artificial intelligence has hallucination. So it's like in my hospital, doctor can use artificial intelligence, but if you put a wrong treatment, you cannot say it was the computer. It's your responsibility as a physician. So we believe that artificial intelligence has come to stay. So we have to train our students to have an ethical use, avoid fraud, etc. Also, guidelines about intolerance or discrimination of the student and staff by could be ethnicity, social class, religion. Also to have attention to gender equality. Also to take into account a student with a vulnerable population. Okay, next slide. Well, here you have the other indicators. Next. The second criterion is quality assurance of the training program, how the center maintain and renew the program. Next slide. So here are the criteria for the design of the degrees, the periodic review, or even the criteria for closing the degrees. Next slide. Next. Next slide. And the third criterion is the orientation and teaching to the student. Next slide.
Yondre.
Okay.
So that is the last slide, it seems, yes.
Yes. So I will provide, yes, this is the last slide. So I will provide you later with a document with all the criteria and all the guidelines that we use. And I think that for some of the universities that are present here could be interesting, either receive the training or either to have the quality system at the school level or university level with this accreditation, with this certification. Thank you very much, Sugram.
Thank you so much, Professor Francisco. Yes, it was really detailed presentation. For exactly, it was really beneficial when you speak about types of accreditation, institutional and programmatic one, national accreditation bodies in Europe. So as many universities in our country, they are in that process, and that's why it was really pragmatic, valuable recommendations, and thank you so much. So, رسم yok. The next exactly our speaker, Professor Dr. Melita Kovacevic. She will speak about a role of accreditation in quality assurance. Why, what, how. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Could you please put my presentation as well so we are sure that we can go smoothly?
Okay, yes.
Thank you. Okay, while we're waiting for the presentation, I would just first like to thank you to our host, Professor Rodova. I hope I pronounce it well enough for the presentation, introductory presentation we heard. And firstly, what I would like to say, I mean, yeah, you used a lot of information and you presented many, let's put this way, ambitious and the situation you have in Uzbekistan right now. As you know, and probably some of our participants as well, I have to say that I'm very sorry that I'm not today with you in Uzbekistan. This would be really my wish, because Uzbekistan was probably one of the countries that I spent the most time coming back working on some project. And I would love to be in Uzbekistan again. But of course, we have to comply with the situation. And I'm still glad that we can be together in this aspect of virtual life. So going back to your presentation, I think I was quite surprised with this when I saw the increased number of institutions of higher education that you have, both public and private universities. And of course, I cannot say is it too many or not enough or whatever. I mean, this would be another and different discussion. But I have to say, I mean, when we talk about quality assurance and we talk about, you know, how to assure quality in doctoral education, I think that this kind of increase of number of institutions is always something to be very careful and to be very aware of, because it's not easy to develop a good quality higher education system, especially when you have at once so many new institutions. And when I'm saying this, I'm keeping in mind, or I'm talking from the perspective of countries in Europe or European Union that I know that had a quite high number of newly established institutions, and very often it was an issue. And in some countries, it happened after a certain period of time that once when the quality assurance starting to be put into place, that many of those institutions need to be closed down. So it's like, again, I'm not commenting or judging on the quality, but I just would like to stress that the relatively fast increase of quality of higher education institutions ask for lots of care about the quality and to see, you know, what to do and how to do it. Going back to Francisco's presentation, I think that two of us are to some point complementary, and maybe there will be some repetitions or presenting certain information similar or the same, but still, I guess it will be in a little bit different way. So talking about quality assurance, I think that the first thing which is kind of really important to bear in mind is the fact to be aware what does it mean. I mean, what kind of terminology we really have. It's like to fully understand, because they're very often, I mean, we are kind of forgetting what really you, by the way, you skipped one. Could you please go back to one slide? Hello? Could you please go back to one slide? Because, yeah. So it's like there are different terminology that we are using, and sometimes we are not completely aware what does it mean. So one thing that's very we used to, when we started to develop the quality assurance system in Europe, or talking about the quality of our institutions, we use the word quality or syntagma, the quality control. This is something we are not using today, and we don't want to talk about quality control. So it's something that is kind of the terminology that is not active anymore. We do talk mostly of quality assurance, meaning in the main message that we want to convey is actually how to help higher education system to be of better quality in all the segments of functioning. So it's not just teaching and learning, but the whole institution, because everything what is happening within higher education institutions or universities is actually contributing to the quality. And so this includes facilities, includes resources, includes staff member, but also, of course, includes the way we teach, the way we do research. So it's a very complex system. Within this, we can talk about the quality management. It's like, how do we manage these quality issues within the institution? And actually, what we would like to achieve is a quality culture. So the quality culture is actually our aim, which is more than just quality assurance. And this is very hard to achieve. When we talk about the quality culture, and if you look at the different institutions at universities, we will see that still, even having a quality assurance in place, many universities are still wondering, how to do and how to really achieve a quality culture, which means that everyone is involved, that this is a part of the system, and it's somehow intertwined in all the activities that are happening at the university level. Another thing that we need to a little bit understand, or to use it differently or carefully, although this also might depend on the country, because not all the countries have the same terminology, in particular when it comes to accreditation and authorization. In European countries, most frequently we don't use authorization, we only have accreditation process. And we do, all of us have evaluation and assessment. So evaluation is something that happens by experts. They evaluate how the system functions. The final outcome of the evaluation is some kind of assessment. So it's kind of outcome and the conclusion that we have. And then based on the assessment process, something, either institution or the program, and this is something that Francisco told you quite a bit, can be accredited. And in some countries, there is a differentiation, as I said, between accreditation and authorization. Very often, the institution is authorized and the program is accredited, but it doesn't mean to be this way. It's also maybe important to say that when you look in the different practices, in some countries, external evaluation and assessment comes for both, for institutions and programs. And in some countries, there is only accreditation of the institution, and then the program system is up to the institution. So programs are not necessarily accredited by external body. However, this body is called agency or something else. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. So what are the processes when we talk about terminology? We need to differentiate between internal quality, external quality. Then in the process of external quality, we have self-evaluation reports written by the institution or the particular programs. And then in the background, we have standards. This is something that Francisco also told you quite a bit. Just a small remark, since we are running of the time and we need to keep the time as we planned and to finish in this time when we planned, I will try not to repeat or not to be redundant considering what already has been said. Going back to terminology, internal quality is something that institution needs to take care of. Of course, if you talk about the agency, there is also internal quality of the institution called agency. So there should be in place different kinds of mechanisms, processes, however we define tools to assure that we know what is going on within the institutions, how we manage the quality, who participates, what kind of monitoring we have, how what kind of information we collect, and how they have an impact on what we are doing. So it's like, yeah, this is something that needs to be taken care. Sometimes in some countries we have experienced that external quality is in place, but internal quality is kind of lagging behind. In other words, external quality is done by the external body. Again, it could be agency, which is probably considering the European best practice, the best way to do it, but it also could be by some other bodies developed within the system. And then the processes are in place, but when it comes to the institutions, then we can see that universities in particular are still struggling of having qualified staff. They don't have enough resources. They apply only some processes. So it's like not the whole system is compact and all the elements are there. Self-evaluation report is always a kind of basis or starting point. Whoever needs to be evaluated or accredited needs to prepare a self-evaluation report. So regardless if we talk about the program, or if you talk about the institution, or if you talk about the agency, self-evaluation report is kind of a document written by those who need to be evaluated and provided to those who will do the evaluation. To write a good self-evaluation report, this is also something that needs to be, let's put it bluntly, learn how to do it. It's not easy, at least at the beginning, to write a good self-evaluation report, because self-evaluation report firstly needs to be written in a good, to have a good structure, to have some kind of logics within the document. It needs to provide all the necessary facts. It needs to be very truthful when it comes to the facts and kind of presentation of what needs to be evaluated. It should not be subjective at all, but objective. And it should give in total enough information that whoever does the evaluation has a good starting point, and just in the process of evaluation, it might need just further clarifications or maybe minor additional collection of facts, but not to start from scratches. Again, I can tell you from my experience, I saw many good self-evaluation reports, but I also experienced many bad self-evaluation reports. And definitely being able to present a good self-evaluation report is in some kind of a positive correlation of time, the length of time exposed to the process of quality assurance, and possibility, to exchange with the evaluators, with external experts and teams in order how to prepare a good self-evaluation report. And finally, there are standards. I will say a few things more about them, because this is something what is kind of basis in the European process of performing evaluations, and you heard already something from Francisco. So next slide, please. Yeah, so it's like in my title, I put 3 questions, W questions: why, what, and the third one is how. So we can always ask, why do we need this accreditation process? Is this something that we don't trust institutions? Is this something that we don't trust academics who are preparing the program, if it's a question of program? And of course, it's not the reason that there is no trust or there are no competencies, but just the fact that it is true that every time when we have the external view or external pairs of eyes to look at the same process, the same documents, it is always seen a little bit differently and maybe in a more objective way. Plus, why to do quality assurance is not the reason to punish someone because something is not good, is not the reason to penalize someone because something is not good. The main purpose is actually to have activities that continuously improve the institution, the program, so the cycle which is in place, and to assure and enhance activities that lead to quality. So it's like, again, if we paraphrase what I just said, the why we are doing accreditation or why we are paying attention to those external evaluations and all the processes we're applying is actually to support the quality, to help quality to develop more and to be put in a place. Next slide, please. As it has been already said a couple of times, both from Francisco's presentation and what I have been said up to now, to assure quality, we can do it on very different levels. What is important, our ultimate goal is at one point to have quality in place in all levels that somehow make or belong to higher education system. But it's also true that if we want to do something, and if we are developing something, we cannot pay equal attention and we cannot completely develop parallelly everything at the same time. And I think that this is very important when we think about higher education in general. Even when we look, what is happening in different countries, I think what is extremely important that on a national level, if we talk about higher education system on a national level, but also if we talk about higher education on institutional level, we need to have a clear strategies and we need to have a clear activities plan, and we need to make priorities how we are going to put something in place or how we are going to change something, how we are going to develop, because we cannot, as a system, we cannot pay attention with the same energy and with the same quality in all the aspects. Regardless if we talk about research, if we talk about teaching and learning, or if we talk about the third mission of institution, we somehow need to know what is priority and where to start. But then again, if you want to kind of make the puzzle and the whole picture complete, we need to assure quality on institutional level, which means very often somehow top-down approach. Next one, please. Next question we can ask is why? I mean, why are we doing this? There are many reasons. I just put some of them on this slide. But again, it's much easier to write slides. It's much easier to talk about the slide than is actually to perform or to kind of embrace all those reasons and to put all the logic and processes behind this in a real space. So it's like what we need to be careful. Many times what we read about the quality, and not only quality, but now we're talking about the quality, sounds something, oh, I know it, or I'm familiar with that. But when it really comes how the institution functions, it's much more difficult to do it. So one thing is that we all agree, and I think that this was also said in a first introductory presentation, stressed that this is also coming from the presidential position, that higher education in Uzbekistan is extremely important. And I would say that this statement comes in almost every country, because we are all aware that we cannot make improvements and we cannot develop society without knowledge. And so in order to do it, we need to have a good quality higher education. Another reason, which is somehow linked very closely to that nowadays we have a mass education, higher education, which means that we have a much bigger numbers of young people accessing higher education system. And then again, because of a big numbers and because of more and more people being educated on the level of universities, we need also to assure that they will receive a good quality education. The truth is also that individual experiences are nowadays much broader. We are all exposed to much bigger number of different resources of information. And because of that, when young people enter the higher education system, their expectations and their backgrounds are very different than it used to be maybe 20, 30 years ago. We also need to make, and I would say this process has been in place in many, many universities, but still it's not so, again, so everything's so easy, and we still need to kind of be focused on this requirement to have more student-centered approach, and which means actually a serious shift in higher education provision. And again, it's not easy to implement. It's much easier to say about this. It's much easier to understand what it is. But when it comes to pragmatical side, and when it comes that all teaching staff perform their teaching approach differently, this might be more demanding than just saying and explaining what it is. So doing requires many more other competencies, other different kind of skills, different mindset, and of course this is not so easy to achieve. Together with this, it goes more flexible learning paths, which means that at the same time we need to respect that students have different preferences for learning process. And depending on the subject, depending on individuals, depending on many other factors, we need to be flexible. And finally, we also nowadays need to look at the competencies in a different way than it used to be. We do have a new terminology, but you know, the terminology is never just a terminology. Terminology embraces content, and content is something that we need to focus on. Next slide, please. So another reason, you know, why, again, we can say that the role of quality assurance is crucial in supporting higher education institution. And, you know, when you look at this slide, it's very simple. It's just one sentence. But again, I would like to stress, don't underestimate simple things, because they require so many other things within the system in order, for example, to have this support. We need to have a clear understanding what is quality assurance, how to put it in a place, what kind of resources do we need. Sometimes you can have finances, you can have space, you can have equipment, but you don't have enough qualified staff, for example. You know, or you have a qualified staff, but you don't have a good organizational system that this qualified staff in quality assurances offices will be able to penetrate within the system of higher education within institutions. Or, for example, sometimes happens because we think the best way is to employ academic staff to do all the quality assurance stuff, because thinking that they are those who are the most familiar with the process of academic approach and teaching and learning. And then we actually waste in a way too much of time and resources that academic staff provide, and at the same time we are not developing professional staff that actually needs to run this kind of offices. So I mean, there are many micro level processes within the system that we need to take care of. What we are doing, as we already mentioned, we have both internal and external quality assurance. They are not done by the same stakeholders. They are done on different levels with different people, but again, it needs to be done together, and it needs to be somehow synchronized. So it's like it cannot be two separate systems. And in order to do that, in Europe, we have something what Francisco was mentioning as well, ESGs, so standards and guidelines for quality assurance in the European higher education area. And, you know, we all have in Europe, these ESGs are somehow always on our lips. We are always, when we talk about quality and quality culture, we talk about ESGs, but again, to implement, to read what they are, it's a kind of simple, it's quite self-explanatory and logical, but in order to put them in place is much more complex task. So please, next slide. So the first thing that we need to differentiate, that we should know, that ESG are not standards for quality, okay? But, and then important message is framed, they provide guidance and covering the areas vital for successful quality provision and learning environments. You see, the standards are something very prescribed, very measurable in a way, and this is quite different from what ESGs are actually. And this is why you have the word which is kind of vaguely defined like a guidance, like covering areas vital for successful quality provision. Again, some things could be more important for one program or for one institution than something else. And all this needs to actually support learning environment. Next one, please. So what are the purposes and principles of ESGs? They set a common framework. So you see, this is when we say framework, this is different from standard. So by saying framework, we have some kind of gabarits, we have some kind of limitations within which we need to perform. Secondly, they enable the assurance and improvement of quality. So again, it's the word enable is a kind of important in the second purpose, because enable is still not assured by the system. We need to put a lot of efforts and think how it will enable. So it's just give us space to act. They also support mutual trust. What does it mean? In between other things, it means, okay, if we say that one institution or one program meets those criteria, and if we have a student or if we have a teacher coming from that particular area, we can trust that they perform or they work within the academic environment that we can trust, and we can further exchange our experience. It also, this could be look on different levels, could be on the national level, regional level, global level, but ESGs are somehow give us some kind of guarantee that things are done properly in terms of the quality. And of course, they provide information on quality assurance, which kind of on a summative level, when we look how institution or program meets different ESGs, we can, and with additional explanation and elaborated approach, we can actually collect relevant information and see how the system functions. Next slide, please. What is the background? So the first thing, that higher education institutions have responsibility for the quality and their provision and its assurance. So it's like there is a responsibility, there are roles. And as much as many things could be defined on a national level, it's still, when you go on the lower level, which is institutional level, it's a question how the institutions will do it. Further, quality assurance responds to the diversity of higher education institutions, both programs and students. Again, there are very huge variety of higher education institutions. What we just saw in the presentation at the beginning, just talking about the private and the public institution, it's a big difference in terms of size, in terms of subjects, in terms of number of teaching, research staff, etc. But all of them, I mean, this is our aim, should assure and respond to quality, to assure the quality. And of course, if there is a quality assurance, it will help to develop a quality culture. In other words, we cannot have a quality culture before assuring all the basic components or elements, whatever we call them, of a quality assurance. So somehow, if you go back to terminology that I was mentioning, at the beginning, we opted to call it quality control. We learned it very quickly that this is not what we want to have. We do talk about the quality assurance, but actually our aim is to develop much broader concepts to be intertwined in the whole academic environment, which is quality culture. And finally, quality assurance takes into account all the needs and expectations of all the stakeholders involved in the process of higher education. And when we talk about the stakeholders, we actually talk about everyone who is participating in the process. Next one is something that I already mentioned, but just to make it clear, because in every area, not only in higher education, but in higher education as well, we do have those buzzwords that we use all the time, but sometimes we are not sure what is meant by this. And I'm sure when you translate it in one of the languages spoken in Uzbekistan, you might use it also different terminology. So when we say stakeholders, as I said, we mean everyone involved, and those are teachers, so academic staff, researchers, students, and employers, and anyone else coming from the society and participates in the process. Next one, please. This is the last part of my presentation. We asking the question, how do we do it? And this is already what we mentioned. We do it on internal level, we do it externally, and we do it via quality assurance agencies. Again, some things could be done internally, institution could take care of that. But actually we need a mediator, we need a facilitator, and we need someone, when we say someone, meaning some kind of body organization who will actually take care of this. And those are, in European case, we call it quality assurance agencies. But what is important, the three of them are very much interlinked. So, I mean, we cannot look them separately, but of course, what we should ask ourselves, what do we need to have those three components interlinked? What kind of staff do we need? What kind of resources do we need? What kind of organizational units we need, and how many? And finally, how do we have finances for that? Again, in some countries you will have one agency for the national level. Some countries have it more. Some countries allow also evaluation process and accreditation to be done by international agencies. Some countries do not have this option. So, I mean, again, there is no prescription that only one way is a good way, but there are good practices, there are different experiences, and then if you look on a country level, each country has to decide, or on institutional level, what is the best option in particular context. So internal, we need to have a staff, we need to have offices, we need to have mechanisms, tools, and outcomes. For external one, what is important to have a good external evaluation teams. It needs to be done periodically, and it needs to be done independent. Again, different countries opt for different ways of doing external evaluations. Some rely on domestic internal staff. Very often, especially countries who are in the process of developing the system of quality assurance, or small countries opt for international teams, because international teams bring different experience. They bring more objectivity. There is a much less pressure from the internal environment. So this is an option how to do it. And finally, quality assurance agency needs to understand, to recognize the stakeholders that can contribute to the framework. So again, they have a very specific role. Importantly, there is a complementarity of all those components, and only if we really put in place all of them, and if we meet all those criteria, what they need for independent, appropriate functioning, it will be somehow made a whole for quality assurance. Next one, please. Next, yeah. So for the end, I would like to say for a couple more slides, some things that we need to bear in mind all the time and not to forget, that we have to be very careful to avoid any possible conflict of interest. And of course, when you talk about the conflict of interest, we can give a very different definition. We need to have students involved in evaluation panels. We need to respect students' voice. And I am stressing this because I know from my experience working not only in Europe, but also working in different countries outside Europe. While in Europe, for us, it's normal to have students involved and to respect their voice. In many traditional places, this is still an issue, and it's not sure how to involve students and what kind of degree of respecting their presence, how to do it. We need also to assure independence, I would say, of the institutions doing quality assurance, but also of people doing quality assurance. And then again, as I already repeated a couple times, many things are much easier to say, and they look very simple when you put them on the slide. But when it comes into practice and when you need to really follow those things, then it's much more complicated. And to finally include, whenever it's possible, international experts. Experts coming from different countries bring many benefits and actually ease the whole process of assuring the quality. Next slide, please. What we need also to remember, it's the fact that nowadays higher education institutions are facing many, many different challenges. Everything is happening much more faster. We will still talk about this later today and tomorrow. There are new demands, there are new social contexts, and it's not easy to be leaders nowadays in higher education. So firstly, again, institutions have very many different missions, and they very diversified among themselves. And I'm sure that this is the case in Uzbekistan as well. There is an extremely fast process of digitalization. And, again, it's very easy to write slides and mention all kinds of things, what we can apply, how things could be done, different type of classes, how we implement those things. But once you start implementing, it's not easy. What we experienced just this morning, and this happens very often everywhere, it's not something that happened in Uzbekistan. We were late for half an hour with our presentations because there was a bug in application of technical system, and we couldn't start, and those kind of things, and many more serious more serious issues appear when you do teaching, when you do learning, when you do exams, so it's like it's not easy to implement a digitalization process, and requires, again, many stakeholders, many resources, and it's a process of learning and adapting as well. We have a modes of educational provision that are nowadays much more diversified as well. They're very different than it used to be 30 years ago. And we also have to bear in mind that when we look higher education institution nowadays, we do have older generation of senior staff and younger generations of academic staff. And there are very often different approaches, different experiences, maybe sometimes gaps in implementing some processes of digitalization. And again, we need to respect this, and we need to be aware of that, and we need to see how to actually manage our higher education system. And finally, internationalization, something that we are going to mention a little bit and talk today later on. But internationalization, again, is the word we all use. We are very familiar with this, but actually it's a far way of to be easily implemented. And I would say even nowadays we have more problems, or issues, I wouldn't say problems, but issues, questions how to do internationalizations in the most efficient, effective way. This is the very last slide. I'm not going to talk about or at least all the things that I do or I am doing related to quality assurance, but this is just for you to kind of understand, because maybe I'm very careful with certain things and I try to put things in a simple way, but somehow warn you that there are lots of things to be done with those simple statements. And my experience, which goes on all the levels, because I evaluate institutions, universities, agencies, programs. I work with different national agencies, actually taught me that the system of quality assurance is very big, complex, needs to be somehow learned by doing it. It has a lot of requirements for everyone involved, and many concepts, as I already said, that seems very easy to understand or to talk about or to read, are much more demanding ones when we try to put them in a place. So yeah, this is something that we need to take care of. And as much as our system is growing, we need to be also aware that this puts more demands on how to do good quality assurance. Okay, thank you very much. I think that somehow we manage to be a little bit less behind the schedule. So yeah, thank you. And I think that both Francisco and I would be still open for questions if there are any questions or comments or whatever to share experience.
Thank you so much. As Professor Melita mentioned, quality assurance, it is not a static process. It is a dynamic framework that evolves with the needs of students, society, and global economy. And also, I really like the two suggestions which our expert mentioned, that quality assurance supports the development of a quality culture. So quality culture, it is something new in our national context, this word combination, and it has really deep meaning, that quality assurance takes into account needs and expectations of students and all other stakeholders and society. By the word stakeholders, so three basic representatives also was being mentioned by the experts. So thank you so much. It was really beneficial and I got so many insights. Thank you. And right now, if there is a question and answer period, yes. And if you have any questions, the audience, you can write to the chat or you can raise your hand. We are all ears and our experts. So like 10-15 minutes for the questions. I think 10 minutes because we have the next our speaker also, Polat Khonakian, he's also here. So please, do you have any questions? Please, you can raise your hand, say something aloud, or you can write to our chat. Till there will be some questions. I have two questions, if you do not mind, to our experts. As I told, the problem of accreditation right now, it is like a burning issue in our educational landscape in quality assurance topic. So what are key differences between program level accreditation and institutional accreditation, and how exactly universities should prioritize it? Which of them is priority should be given?
I mean, I can start. I can start and Francisco can follow. First thing, it's really not up to, there is no kind of rule and to say what to prioritize. As I mentioned, some countries have both accreditation or evaluations to be done by external agency, and some countries have firstly institutional accreditation done by external body, and then institution is responsible for programs. So it's done on the internal level. I would say, again, generally experience is that mainly if the quality assurance system is somehow still in the process of being developed and with not such a rich experience, then usually it starts that both institutions and program levels are done by external bodies like agencies. And I would say in a way that it goes parallel. There is no like you do institution accreditation and then in 5 years you will do program, because programs could be of a bad quality. This needs to be somehow matched in time and followed one after another.
Yeah. Okay.
I would like to say that in Spain, when a school, for example, like a school of health science, has more than 50% of the degrees, like bachelor, master, or PhD, that has passed at least one review process. I mean, the accreditation process at the 6th year, then it's recommended to go into the accreditation of the quality system, the internal quality system. So this is the recommendation, okay? So first you go degree by degree, and then the institution asks for the accreditation of the internal quality assurance system.
Okay, thank you so much. Because right now our university also thinking about institutional accreditation program level 1. That's why I have this question. And my second question is, you had mentioned many metrics, yes? How exactly we can assess quality assurance? So like a graduation rates, job placement. Can you give some the other innovative approaches in your university context? What metrics exactly do you have, yes, in order to measure the quality education? Except like a graduation rate, placement, which you have mentioned, yes, in presentation.
Well, universities are using now KPI, key performance indicator. So those indicators are related with student satisfaction, with the academic results, also with internationalization. For example, internationalization, like number of incoming students or outcoming students. In the PhD, they look, for example, number of PhD dissertation that have a direction by the foreigner professor, or also number of international professors that participate in the PhD committee. So there are many indicators that we use.
Okay. So right now you are speaking about key performance indicators among stakeholders, among professors, students, and administration, yes?
Yes, the KPI indicator are for all the stakeholders, for the university, the students, the professor, the non-academic staff of the university, the alumni, employer, NGO, the government. So are related. No? This is we move from the triple helix, that means university, government, and employer, now to the quadruple helix that includes also other society, NGOs, foundation, association, etc. Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay. So
if I can just add, I mean, I agree.
yes, sorry, yes, we use like a mute for the others.
Okay, I just wanted to add, I mean, what is important, I mean, I would give the same answer or similar answer as Francisco did, but what is important that the institution has clear strategy and clear activity plan, you know, because this is actually defined in those kind of documents, and then it's implemented somehow, further developed within the quality assurance. And then again, depending on the context, I would say it's not possible to translate what one country or one university does. It again, it depends on a particular strategy of that particular institution.
Okay. Thank you so much. So in chat, do we have some questions? No, yes. In that case, we can give the floor to our
No.
next higher education.
No. Wait. We have a short break. We cannot sit all the time, so we have a 10 minutes break. And according to the program, we start at 11:30. Brussels time, and your time is 3:30.
Okay.
So now we have 10 minutes break, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. I have a request
Thank
from
you very much.
Spirit.
Thank you.
Like in a hurry. That's why.
Melita, I have an idea. How about if
Go
we
ahead.
continue? How are you, Melita? If we
Sorry,
can
say it again.
It would be better if we skip this break, because I can see many of the participants number of participants decreasing, so it might be.
No. We have to have a short break. Participants got a schedule, they know it, and we cannot sit for 4 hours without moving from chair. Okay?
I need to either to drink tea or coffee, because I have been.
So 10 minutes break, 11:30 exactly.
Give the attention, yes. It could be 5, but I have to drink either coffee or tea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly 11:30 we will be back.
So in that case, yes, Uzbekistan time 3:30. We will be here, like in 9 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nimani qo'ydingiz? Assalomu alaykum yana bir bor. Good afternoon once again. So we are back. Our short break to stretch. Right now it is over. No? Okay. Expert. Okay, is everyone here?
Yes.
Can we start? Okay. Po'latxon aka, are you here?
Yes.
Katta ekranga qiling. Okay. So in that case, I will give the floor to our next higher education reform expert, Professor Dr. Po'latxon Lutfullayev, Vice Rector for Academic Affairs at Namangan State Foreign Language Institute. He will cover the topic about best practices in digitalization process in Uzbekistan higher education. Case of Hamis platform. So the floor is yours. Po'latxon aka, what about presentation? Should we regulate it or you will do it by yourself?
I will regulate. I can regulate. And can you allow me to share?
Okay. Okay. Okay. Yes, you can do it.
So my presentation can be seen now.
Yes. It is visible. What about the others? Is it visible, the presentation?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you, all of you. Presentations. My title of presentation is today I'm talking about the best practices in digitalization process in Uzbekistan, higher education, case of HEMIS platform. So before I start my presentation, I would like to give some brief background about the ongoing policies in the digitalization process in our system. So first of all, we have to look at the ongoing process about the digitalization. We have to look at the process of expansion of higher education in our country. The number of higher education almost tripled in the last recent 3 years. So that means we have huge demand get a university degree, huge demand to get a higher education degree among the young generation. So we have huge demand applicants each year to get admission at higher education. So this poses a lot of challenges for the practitioner of higher education. I can say a lot of challenges in terms of quality of education, in terms of digitalization of database, and also in terms of to maximize position in international level. So there are huge challenge includes, for example, first of all, to organize education process higher quality and also internationalization process, and also to develop the research and science, and also to increase the number of applicants to higher education. So these all challenges we face with a huge problems, issues, and also outcomes and achievements. So today I would like to talk about one of the achievements which we are having in our system. This system is called higher education process management information system. It's what we call the fairness. It's HEMIS. So this platform created 4 years ago in order to integrate the database of students and teachers and all other activities and in institution, to integrate with other databases, and also in the government databases, and also to ease, also to develop the management system, administrative system, and also to coordinate teaching and science process in higher education. So this includes the #1 priority in HIMS. It's a platform for administrative management. It's a platform for academic process. It's a platform for scientific activities, and also it's a platform for financial management. So with this platform, each institution has own individual platform, which also combines with other institutions in a country level, which is coordinated by the ministry, also as well as the private and public and branch and international campuses. So this platform gives, first of all, for easy and fast transactional information, and also sharing the information within the management and administrative staff. First of all, in a university level, in an institutional level, which can be easily combines integration between the campuses, because a lot of institutions in our country now located in different campuses, different faculties, and different departments. First of all, the HEMIS gives institutions better track students' progress, assess academic performance, and align their programs with national education goals. Number 2 is the HEMIS is a crucial tool for policymakers and education stakeholders to make informed decisions and improve the quality of higher education. So by this way, quality assurance also can use these kind of databases in order to analyze and in order to make the decision and in order to make the strategic plans. And number 3, HEMIS is a platform in Uzbekistan focuses on improving data management within the higher education sector. So how does it look like, this kind of platform? Currently, this platform, one of the peculiarities is, for example, students, teachers, university management, researchers, head of departments, even rectors, and other people who are involved in higher education, they have different kind of level of position, and they have different role. By clicking their login and password, they can go into the platform with their own role, and all the functions, all the sections in the HEM in the platform can be used accordingly. For example, registration office profile, you can see on the left side, you can see, for example, database of administrative staff and teachers, database for students, which goes subcategory, and database for students' activities, database for subject and courses, and database for teaching process, and database, so many different attendings, and database for infrastructure and evaluation, academic archive, so financial department, and scholarship and statistics. For example, one of the, I often share one of the statistics, one of the section of the statistics, you can see the dashboard, all this, for example, in this dashboard, all the information for the enlisting and keying information on this dashboard can be seen. Now, for example, general number of the students, general number of master students, bachelor level students, and also divides how many and the gender balance ratio between the students, and all kind of information can be found and with the way of fast and transparent and easy. So, for example, in student's profile, in the student's profile, every student can log in with their own password. I mean, sorry, it's a teacher's profile. So teacher's profile log in with a password, so they can handle, they can manage online all the subjects they teach and the evaluation for each student, and also number of the subjects, and also database for literatures, and also database for evaluation process and attendees, so on and so forth. So as you can see here, students' individual page. The students' individual page can see the timetable for the classes, for example, and in use and different kind of updates, the university, for example, and also their own marks and their grades, so they can track and they can follow, so they can control all their belonging and the database which belong to them. So also this platform is integrated with another kind of administrative platform, which you can easily get the database from the HAMIS, and also this platform, what we call the edu.us, it is easy exchange of documentation between the administrative personnel at the university. So currently, between all this official documentation, user electronic signature to process all kinds of official procedure, internal institution, as well as exchanging this kind of documents with superficial organizations such as the ministries. So if you would like to send the kind of documents or database with other, fulfill the whole system in higher education. So in this slide, you can see more than 229 higher education institutions are member in this platform and included in this platform. So each universities, they have their own individual platform, and also in a ministry level, there are specialized people who can follow and who can manage this platform generally. How do you use this system? First of all, this system satisfies the information needs of all subjects of management, including students and their parents, increase the efficiency of data analysis and decision-making by the management staff. It is possible to obtain up to 10 pieces of information electronically and eliminate the influence of subjective factors in decision-making. All data is backed up and information flows in the education process are purposefully organized. So there is a security, because for the security reason, we also obey the privacy policy, ethics, and also transparency of the data. The HAMIS work carried out by responsible employees of each institution. So each institution, they have special departments who are responsible for this system, and also to input this kind of documentation. So deputy deans and also other administrative staff, they are responsible to input all this information. And for example, evaluation and grade and marks, they're responsible for the teachers themselves. There are places which the students, they have to enter themselves, and teachers, they have to input themselves, and also in administrative, they have to input themselves. So regarding the validity and the reliability of data, everything is under control. So you can see some specific features of HAMIS. For example, administrative management. It can be managed information about the structure of the university, faculties and departments, staff and teaching, students contingent and their movement. Learning process aimed at managing academic programs, subjects and students, academic activities, as well as accounting and monitoring university graduates. Scientific activities aimed at providing information and organization support for research processes and planning process, publications, intellectual property, and educational work process, and evaluating features. And also financial activity. In the sector of financial activity aims to control the payment of scholarships and salaries, as well as automatic process of accounting for students' fees. So these are some of the aids. How does it look like this platform? So you can see all subcategories it works, and each student you can follow each student's achievements, grades, and their achievements in science and academics. So another features of this platform, so each students and teachers, they can install this application on their own smartphone. So all this information and all these assignments and lesson schedule and timetable can be followed by a smartphone. It's easy and faster in order to make them comfortable. Specialists also install created such kind of application on a smartphone. So another feature is manage your education from your smartphone. So in case of students in a remote area, in case of absence of the students, also they can follow, they can track their lessons and their subjects and their smartphone. So in control table, you can see the list of midterm and final exams in each subject, the venue, start and end times, how many points will be awarded, and information about the supervisor. Science and resources, names of subjects to be taught, class hours, subject resources, groups, lecture text, presentations, PPTs, dictionaries, etc. Student subject mastery, indicators, processing hours, and similar information. So another feature is the students, for example, in our system, more than 70% of the students, they study based on the contract. They have to pay the fee for the education. So it creates a download electronic contracts for students starting on a fee-based contract based on state higher education institutions. So all this, bank account and also fees, and it will be automatically generated on the platform, and it can be easily uploaded on the platform to reach the contact between the students and institution. So it will be faster. It is easy and faster to pay the education fee. So many experts and many other people, they have given a lot of their feedbacks about this platform. Of course, we have a lot of problems and a lot of issues yet to be solved. And each week and every month, there are ongoing developments and improvements in this platform, and there are people for that and specialists for us to improve and upgrade the system and functions. Another feature is this platform integrated with the different banks and also the passport database, ID database in country level, and also this platform recently, according to recent updates, this platform integrated with the database of Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. And through this platform, one can analyze the number of percentage and numbers of the students who have got their employability after they graduate the universities. And also, this is a platform, in some part of the platform, integrated with the tax agency and in another ministry of preschool and kindergarten, and also Ministry of Economy and Finance, and also my.gov is a general platform for the which is itself for the population. So you can see everything is to make it comfortable for teachers and students in order to better organize the teaching and scientific process as the institution. So it can be considered one of the best practices in digitalization process in Uzbekistan. So still we need some more ideas. Still we need some more improvements. So I think in order to make the improvement, we have to all the time comparatively analyze and benchmark our practices with the European practices. This is a brief information and brief presentation that I have. So if you have any questions, you are welcome. Modler?
Oh, have you finished? Yes, Polatxon
Yes.
Your speech, is it over?
Yes,
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. I just like to compliment to what has been developed and used. Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Polatxon. It was interesting to hear. And yeah, some things are really developing and very different. When I remember my first time I came to Uzbekistan, and now when I'm listening and reading on the slides, I think it's really impressive, and it looks like a good platform.
Yeah, we worked with Professor Melita in the project. I think we also made a lot of great contribution to develop this postgraduate study in our country. But however, since we worked in this project, I mean, 3-4 years ago, and currently we are facing really great change in our system. So there are huge. We are gaining huge experience, and also there are a lot of things we have to do, a lot of things we have to get to improve.
Yeah, but you know, as I said, I didn't have much connection with Uzbekistan higher education since my last visit and today. I met some colleagues maybe, and I heard a little bit, but it's really impressive when I see, you know, how many things are developed and what you're doing. So congratulations for that. It's a really obvious change, significant change. So nice to learn that, and it was also nice to be part of that.
If anybody needs, if anybody has any questions or comments, you are welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, I have the question, if you do not mind.
Okay.
So exactly Hamis platform cases you have shown in details, yes, the case studies, how exactly it works, the mechanism itself. So this platform, can it be leveraged to support inclusive education, particularly if students rural or underprivileged backgrounds?
Definitely.
Are there some?
Definitely. If you look at the recent policy by our president and the recent weeks and recent days, we have a huge focus on inclusive education and educating young generation with special needs. So this is a top priority policy currently, and I think in this platform soon there will appear special kind of subcategory which each institution what kind of achievements they have and what kind of things and what kind of contribution they are doing in order to follow this kind of policy. Of course, each institution, they have number of students, I mean, with special needs. So we have all the time we give a special focus for them, and they have different category of this kind of group of students. So currently in this platform will be appear this kind of category, so we can follow and we can track what kind of things we have to do and what kind of things they need, so we can easily analyze in order to better equip them with the necessary possibilities and necessary conditions. So I think, providing them better conditions for this kind of group of students is the top priority in each university.
Okay. Thank you. So one more question. So right now our university is busy with doing some COIL program with US universities, and from our perception right now, we think that it would take like 1 year all in all, yes, to do this collaborative online course together. So what about HEMIS platform? Are there some specific opportunities for our, can we do some joint courses with our partners as well, and we can how we can say it, upload it, yes, in that HEMIS platform, or can we use HEMIS platform for as well?
Definitely, this platform is a very good opportunity to develop distance education. If you work with the United States University, for example, you have administrative personnel at your university. He or she can create a special role for the teachers from this partner university in the United States, so they can organize this process within this platform very fast and very easy. So in this platform, there is a space for uploading their own material and data, and also to uploading also organize the evaluation process for the students, and also more than that, and they have an opportunity to organize online training, and this is a distance and good opportunity for the distance learning, and also good opportunity to use this database in accreditation process, because right now we have a very important task to work on university accreditation in country level and international level. I think this platform's database can be used effectively in this process, and for example, of course, there is a different requirement for the QS and Times Higher Education and some other accreditation. Some in a ranking organization. But as well as for the ranking and accreditation, this platform will be very good, gives very good conditions to work together with the teachers and also to use this data.
Okay, thank you so much. In that case, we can start our next, in that case, topic. Yes, Melita, can we start? Yes, is it okay?
Yes, sure, it is.
Okay.
Please just put my presentation on. Yeah.
Okay, so exactly our next topic will be about internationalization, about new demands for universities. So the floor will be given to Professor Dr. Melita Kovacevic. Please, here you are. Presentation analysis.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would say that very often institutions asking for internationalization is a kind of another relevant topic. At the same time, I would say that when we talk about the quality assurance on one side, somehow, not directly, but actually is very much related to internationalization as well. Firstly, if you remember one of my previous slides, I was saying that it's, for example, good to have international experts participating in evaluation process. So this is already one way of internationalizing or being recognizing the relevance of internationalization. But on the other side, like if you look in any kind of document, strategies, discussions, European strategy for universities, EUA strategy for universities, always internationalization is extremely relevant. So next slide, please. So I put it here on the next slide. Just just some reasons why I'm personally motivated for this topic. I'm participating in very different activities at different universities and different institutions in process of internationalization. And this is, I would say again, is coming from exactly what I just said on the first slide. The fact that everyone identifies and recognize internationalization as extremely relevant part of institutional behavior. But the thing is, next slide, what we can ask ourselves when we talk about internationalization. Next slide, please. Yeah. We can ask quite a number of different questions. Again, what is internationalization? Because it's a very far from being simply defined. Another thing is like, what do we need to have internationalization? It's not enough for institutions just to say we want to be international. Secondly, how it's supported from national level or from the government, and how it should be done on institutional level. Again, somehow we see that institutions are intertwined in the system, and we need to recognize those things. There are many challenges today, and what is interesting, if you look over some decades, or even in some last 5, 6, 7 years, what we were talking about internationalization in 2000, let's say 15, now in 2025 is quite different. So, I mean, even though the time period is relatively small, short, changes are quite interesting, and we can talk a lot about this. And of course, we can always ask ourselves, okay, what is the future of internationalization? Next slide, please. Further, when we say that we want to be internationalized as institution or as a program, we need to ask ourselves what is our objective and what do we want to achieve. I can just give you an example. If you look in the UK institutions, for example, there was a clear that internationalization is a source of financing. So, I mean, it's kind of making additional budget for the institutions by being international. If you look in many other European universities, this is not the case, because the financing part or budgeting part, it plays a very minor role or different role than the UK. So there could be different reasons, and we can list a set of different reasons. Secondly, we need to ask ourselves, do we have structural measures? Like, do we really know, like strategy? What do we really want to achieve? Action plan, how we are going to really achieve it. Do we have any regulations? Because, if anything happens, we need to know exactly how to behave, etc. What are our resources? And when we say resources, again, we can talk about people, we can talk about facilities, we can talk about budgeting. Why I'm saying this? We could say we want internationalization, but it could be that we, for example, don't have a good office and staffed with the good qualified people to do it. Or we have this, but we are not good in using foreign languages. Or we have this, but we don't have any space to accommodate, for example, foreign students. I mean, there are many things to be done in order to be really international. Okay, so I already mentioned sufficient staff support. What kind of mechanisms we have? It's like, what did we develop as institutions? Do we have, for example, introductory day to meet all the foreign students? Do we have the system of organizing or using, for example, e-platform, like what we said, where we are going to put information for foreign students. So, I mean, all kinds of things. And finally, of course, who are the main stakeholders? I was already mentioning a couple of times students, but we could say, okay, we don't have a capacity too much for students. We would prefer academic staff. I know some years ago, I was contacted by one of Uzbekistan institutions and asking would be interested to come for a certain period of academic year to do some research or to participate as academic staff. So, I mean, institution could say we would like to support certain aspects of institutional functioning, and for that we need a senior or we need academic staff. Or institutions would say, no, we would like to concentrate on student mobility. And then again, these are completely different aspects. And of course, we can also say we want researchers, which is kind of combined with the teaching staff, or it could be separated. And finally, we can also say that we need administrative staff to be more internationalized, and we can do it in different ways. Okay, next. In the next slide, we can look at internationalization from a different perspective. So it's like not what do we need, what kind of support, what kind of resources, but we can say what do we want to internationalize? Do we want to internationalize primarily teaching, or do we want to international primarily research, or of course both? Then again, we have a focus on the different stakeholders, students, teaching staff, and we could be focused on how to develop appropriate programs, courses, study courses, in order to support teaching. So it's a good example of joint programs or to have joint degrees. On the other side, if you say, no, we want to be primarily focused on research, you were mentioning that some months ago you had a ranking workshop or technical assistance support mission. So it's like, okay, we want to be better on ranking. What do we need? We need more research. We need more researchers to perform more research. We need a good doctoral education, something that we worked for 6 years in Uzbekistan, how to develop a stronger, better quality doctoral education. Then again, you are focused on different groups. You need to assure different resources. So now you need, for example, laboratories, or you need a joint publishing, or you need international networking. So it's a quite different, of course it's linked, but it's still different from focus on teaching. And of course, what I put it on this slide, which I think it's important to remember, that prerequisite for any kind of internationalizations is the language proficiency. Of course, all of us coming from different countries, Francisco and myself having 2 different European languages, we all need to speak English because this is franca lingua. I mean, this is a language that everyone is using nowadays, is particularly in research, but also in all kinds of internationalization. I do agree that we still need to preserve and push for other languages, and I will again take example of Spanish, which I think is actually a language spoken by the biggest, largest number of speakers of Spanish, although English is a kind of more frequently used in all those purposes. So it's like, yeah, we have to be aware of this. And I think that the care of language needs to be taken not at a higher education level, but much earlier. Again, what I know about Uzbekistan, and if I did not miss something, languages proficiency is something that is taken care from early elementary school. But I still think, regardless how much from governmental level and system level, educational level, I would say higher education system in particular needs to support this as a prerequisite for internationalization. Here I put just one. There are many different definitions of internationalization, but I put this one possible definition, which I like because it is mentioning society. Because, people are educated to be fit into society, regardless which one. Education is also, and internationalization is aiming to somehow bring some benefits to the wider community. So we don't do internationalization just for the sake of higher education institution. internationalization could be done on a different concepts. It could be more focused on home or abroad. And again, through very different activities of higher education, already what I mentioned, education, research, service, etc. So this is something, again, quite simple, quite understandable, does not need in principle too much of additional explanation. But if you think almost of every single line or every single main message conveyed in this definition, we actually need to do a lot in order to follow this kind of definition, because we need background which will enable this. When we ask, who is mobile, this is something that we can, ask ourselves if we want to make and talk about mobility. Another question we can ask ourselves, why? What is the motivation to be mobile? I mean, it's like what we are gaining with this. What do we need to have mobility? And finally, what we are getting out of this. And I think, again, 4 simple questions, but if we answer to those questions, we will see how much work is for both institution and individual staff members, either administrative or teaching research staff. So who is mobile? Anyone could be mobile. Students, administrative staff, academic staff. What is the motivation? What do we want to achieve with this? We can say, if it's administrative staff, we want them to be more professionalized. We want them to learn to see how others are doing things, to translate something into their own institutions. Teaching, research staff, again, we know what we want to achieve. The students, we want young people to be open-minded. We want young people to experience different learning environments. We want young people to bring their experience back to their home setting. So, I mean, we can say many things, or we can say we want to have some kind of mobility because we will increase our research outputs, or we will gain a new funding scheme, etc. So, I mean, we need to discuss those things because there is no one single question answer to any of those simple questions. What is needed to have mobility? Again, mobility, if we talk about either staff or student, mobility, it could be incoming and outcoming. Again, looking and working together with Francisco, I can give example from University of Granada, which I know quite well because I'm still working with them. It's like, they have a huge incoming number of students because all European students love to spend time in Spain, and then Granada is in a great position, and students are coming, but they have a much less number of outgoing students. So it's, again, institutional motivation or motivation of their members could be different in different countries and different places. So, I mean, again, it's not something that it happens at every single university that they have the same behavior of incoming or the same numbers, relative numbers of incoming and outgoing students. And what are the benefits? We can make a huge list of benefits depending what kind of mobility we support, what is our motivation. But we also do need to anticipate what could be the benefits, because this is, as earlier question, we had it like what kind of metrics we have. We do want to invest in something and support something, but then we also have certain expectations what this brings to us as institutions or individuals. So again, this is something that needs to be somehow put in our documents and our thinking on the level of institution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Okay, what happened? My presentation. What's going on? Hello. Nazlia, are you with us? Leah. Francisco, do you hear me?
Okay, go on. We are listening to you.
Sorry, like for
Yeah, but I
30
don't have a.
it was being like a mute. Yes, there was some technical issues.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I got a message
I
that.
Yeah, you can continue. Now everything is
No, I
okay.
cannot because there is no presentation on my computer.
Oh, okay. Once again, yes.
Okay, we go to the next
Is it visible now?
slide, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, but next slide, please.
Next slide. Mhm.
Nothing. Okay. So yeah, we can always, I'm putting many questions because there are also many possible answers, and nothing is black and white, and internationalization is definitely one example of that. So we can ask ourselves, what are the disadvantages or advantages? Because internationalization does not bring only advantages. This is at least how it could be seen. For example, I mentioned the number of incoming students at some universities in Europe. Sometimes it could be too many students. Or it could be, for example, very hard to organize teaching for students coming from different countries. Or it could be a problem of not having enough teaching in English. So, I mean, or for example, everything is fine in terms of teaching and learning, but there are no space to accommodate students. So disadvantages like the fact that you need additional space for students to live or to assure dorms or whatever. Okay, what is needed to accept foreign students? We need to ask ourselves, we want to have internationalization. Some of possible examples is like we need to have office for students, we need to have administrative staff who speak foreign languages, we need to have a package of information. So I mean, many different things. We need to have language proficiency in the institution. So again, we need to check, do we have those things? Is it a burden for the system or a benefit? And we can say in a way both. It's benefit for some things, but we cannot say it's not easy, because you need to have additional staff employed, you need to have additional space, you need to have someone who will take care. Someone did not turn off the mic and speaking. Okay, so there are many things. And again, all those questions I'm not putting on the slides because just to give you a presentation, but those questions are needed when we want to make a decision as institution or when we are the program who wants to have more international aspect in place. We need to discuss this and we need to do it on the level of every individual unit or programs that wants to be more international. So it's not enough to have a motivation. It's not enough to say, oh, we put it in our strategy that we want to be more international. We need to look, I would say, in everything what I said and probably more. I'm sure that I skipped something for this presentation to assure that we can do it. So what is important, again, to make sure that we have it in place? One thing is a flow of information. From my experience, and I'm not talking experience in Uzbekistan, I'm talking experience in many different European places, the flow information is always an issue. So it's like, for example, the rectorate or vice rector's rector or whoever is in the rectorate sends certain information to, let's say, faculties or departments. But then when you talk to individual professors or teachers, they don't have a clue that something is going on. If the institution is bigger, it has more departments or more faculty members, usually the issue is becoming bigger. So it's like, we think from one perspective that all the information is sent and they're kind of disseminated at places that they should be. But when we look from a different perspective, then we see that something is not working. So this is something that we need to take care of. We need to have administrative support. It cannot be, it cannot rely only on academic stuff. If we talk about, for example, student mobility, or even if we talk about foreign researchers and teachers coming to our institution, we do need to have a good administrative support, which again, remember one of my previous slides, language is a request. We need, if we talk about the students, we need to have academic recognition. You mentioned and that you already have ECTS, and this is something that Uzbekistan higher education system is proud of. We all have in Europe, in European Union universities, we have ECTS, but we have to assure that those ECTS are recognized in another institution, or that our institutions are recognizing ECTS that students bring from, let's say, going to one of the European universities. If not, we're actually putting students in a very unfavorable situation. They're spending time, but their teaching learning time is not being accepted, not being recognized. And finally, you know, very often, and again, I'm talking about from my experience, talking to many different institutions and many different teaching and research staff, foreign students come to the institution and they do not receive adequate teacher support, because teachers, or some teachers, individual teachers, could see it as a burden. They see it as additional request for them. They need to spend extra hours with foreign students. I mean, there are many, many different things. And if, again, teachers are not prepared, something there could be problems. Okay, next slide, please. What we emphasize, role of internationalization, we need to have on European, on an institutional level, we need to have national level shared policies. So it's like we need to have somehow some kind of alignment between different institutions who actually have internationalization process. So it's like, for example, if you talk about ECTS, and if you send students to another institution, the easiest way would be if both institutions have a policy on ECTS, the same one or similar one. We need to also follow, or to see how do we fit in something what we can call supranational or national strategies, again, to meet or to follow the similar aims, objectives, what we want to achieve. And finally, you know, we can talk about convergence on European, but also global level. And then if you look, for example, someone going from Uzbekistan to one of European universities, there is a definitely convergence. Just again, example of ECTS. This is a good example of convergence, where many, many institutions coming from very different geographical areas of Europe and also outside of Europe, like Central Asia, they're actually converging and seeing many issues in teaching process, learning process, the way that we do it very similar. Okay, next one, please. However, we also have to be aware, I don't want to spend time talking now about pandemic, but we are all still aware of this. There are very many different new constraints of internationalization. We all moved from insight into hybrid and virtual, not only teaching and learning, but also internationalization. And if you think of what we are doing right now, this is also one example of internationalization of higher education system. And we have on the other side, or we notice that now it's a little bit coming back to what we used to have, but there is a little bit less global student and staff mobility due to all kinds of concerns. One and constraints. One was COVID pandemic when it was happening. Now we have lots of geopolitical situations that also limit movement at different countries. So yeah, we have to be aware of that. This is our reality. Next one. But still, you know, we need to think, what does it mean actually, the context of higher education in the 21st century? The fact is, and this is very much also related to digitalization, we have accelerated communication. We do have more and more international global organizations. Again, this is linked to somehow to education that we provide to our students. We have at the same time much more interconnected institutions and systems, but at the same time and mutual interdependence. We do have new collaboration models, so we do it in a very different way. And of course, all this brings increased mobility of everyone involved, students, teachers, researchers, etc. So we need to look, I mean, considering all those new needs, new demands on the system, on the society, we need to discuss continuously, okay, there is a changed reality and how we are going to respond to that. So it's like internationalization is not something that it was defined, developed, or put in a focus like 15 years or 20 years ago. And now, if we were not internationalized, we just take those things and follow the same route. Internationalization is also exposed to continuous changes, and we also need to adapt to those changes in a way regularly. Next slide, please. Next slide. The big important things is actually relevance of collaboration networks. I think that we are all aware when we talk about different aspects of internationalization, but in particular in research and teaching, we always talk about the network. So this interconnectedness that I mentioned in the previous slide is actually what gives us ground to reach each other in terms of exchange of knowledge, research, experience via networks. So it's like nowadays, if you want to be a teacher, if you want to, academic, member of academic community, you need to develop your international network. This is actually what will assure also not only narrow exchange of knowledge, information, research, etc., but actually it will bring some aspect of quality, exchange of good practices, and it will be translated on students as well. So everyone is somehow the part of that. But again, in order to do this, both institutions and staff need to be prepared for that. I mean, they need to be trained for that. The network does not happen the way that we just say, oh, you need to do the network. Network is also the skill how to do the network, how to network with others, how to keep communication going on. So, nothing happens just by itself. Again, it requires energy and time. Just to mention, and we will not go into details, but I would say if you want to do any kind of internationalization process, I think it's important to be also at least superficially acquainted with the existing documents. One of them is European Strategy for Universities that was issued 2022, so it's already 2 years. I think it gives us some ideas. It gives us some guidelines, which direction, which path to take. But one of the things and the objectives that the European Strategy for University has, it's to support and enable universities to adapt to those current challenges. And challenges are really somehow a lively part of our institutions. And of course, the question is, could this guide us to have more collaboration? Is this what we are opting to? And I would say probably yes. And we have to be aware that there is a need for this kind of global networking. Next slide, please. There are a number of transnational alliances. Then again, it's something to think that we have to get out of our very local, even the regional borders, which does not mean not to have alliances or networks on that level. And I put here just 4 initiatives that strategy is promoting. And I think that concretely Uzbekistan academic environment could participate, I would say, almost in all of them. In all of them, Erasmus plus European Universities Initiative. This is something maybe indirectly, but still it's an interesting concept. Joint European degrees, this is something that is in the process of developing, but again, gives us some ideas, and European student card, which is kind of in the process of being established or making functional. Next slide, please. I think that we have a couple of relevant issues that on one side we need to have the synergy, and this is also what we heard already from previous presentations from Uzbekistan perspective. We need to put together higher education research and innovation, and we need to support them with adequate structural documents. We also need to think of fundings that are there, that they can support reforms and build capacity for the future. I think that Uzbekistan also benefited quite a bit from European fundings. Finally, this workshop that we have, or I mean, technical assistant missions are also funded by one of those funds. And I think that I like to always say that there is more money and more funding that we're actually aware of that we are using. So I'm always supporting and think, you know, if we have ideas, there is something that we want to develop, we should push ourselves also to look at different funding schemes and support those ideas. And finally, you know, it's like, I think that none of us have a luxury anymore to be state enclosed in a very narrow collaborations and cooperations on a regional or a very local level. We need actually to work together and to share experiences, because this brings the quality, and ultimately this is actually the process of internationalization as well. Next, please. Next, please. I would like to say or stress that we still have many challenges. So it's like internationalization is still an issue at many universities. Please go, yeah. We need to increase the number of mobile researchers and students. It is still relatively low. And there are differences among countries, but it could be bigger. We need those financing injections. We need to support teaching exchanges. Doing this, we will improve our quality. We need to have more joint projects and initiatives. It's not easy to make a joint project. It's not easy to make joint program. And of course, we need to promote cultural exchange, because this is one of the important things. And my experience coming to Uzbekistan was extremely important for me, learning about the culture. And actually, I mean, somehow making a different or having a different experience, I would say it was a very much of a personal enrichment. And I see it with the different eyes, with the different feelings once when I spent some time in Uzbekistan and any other country. So, I mean, we are not the same people before having those exchanges and after we having them. And this actually brings and builds trust among people. And I think that this is extremely important. Next slide. What is the future perspective? I do think there are lots of positive things that could happen and it will happen. One, that we are definitely sharing interests, and we do have a very similar global challenges. We do promote cultural understanding by working together and sharing and being international, sharing internationally our experiences. And definitely research will move forward faster and differently if we collaborate versus not collaborating. So we should also develop different measures and different tools how to do it. And again, you know, one of the examples are joint degree programs who can actually support all those ideas. Next slide. I have it here. It says Chinese and European institutions, but I would say worldwide, looking at foreign students and European institutions are actually building or enriching academic environment and helping together, you know, to kind of somehow to delineate borders and boundaries that exist. And this could be, I mean, Asia, Central Asia, Europe, Africa, Latin America. We all have a very different cultures, different experiences, but working together, we're actually developing together. And this is why it's extremely important to have within internationalization process something what we can call the movement of all stakeholders. And I would say, again, we can decide on institutional level which stakeholders are more important at the particular time, but looking as a kind of a whole, I think anyone being more mobile and getting a new experience in a different learning and teaching and research context is actually enriching our own environment. Next one. I think that we also need, for the future perspective, partnership between, I put it here, non-EU and EU universities, because this is what actually helps us and supports the quality on one side, and on the other side, students who have a diverse experience also are bringing a new and rich experience to educational process itself. So it's like we cannot live isolated, either if we talk about institution or teaching staff or students. And also is the fact that we live in a very competitive world. So it's on one side, we have a cooperation and collaboration. On the other side, we have a competition. Again, you were mentioning ranking. Ranking is competition. But in order to be better in ranking and to better compete with others, we also need to collaborate and cooperate. So I think it's an interesting play, you know, how to do those things, but evidently everything fits together. So what do we need if you look in the future? And we can say future of 5 years, but we can also say future of 10 or 20 years. We know we need to be aware that we are all members and somehow opening the door of a new change world, very different what we have today and what we had 10 years ago, even 5 years ago. Regardless of all possible disadvantages or high demands on internationalization, my opinion is that we will remain internationalized, and this is kind of must. We need to have it. There will be also kind of re-established and revisited rationale for different collaborative networks. And we also have to be aware of that because, again, as I mentioned, social context, which is changing with a number of geopolitical situations that are happening. But again, regardless of that, we need it. And finally, I mean, we have to accept that maybe some of those collaboration networks will gain on relevance, some will lose, but this is the kind of dynamic that was always happening and it will probably happen in the future. But important is that we want to keep internationalization as a kind of modus of life. So this is actually a task for university leadership. You know, this is something that it is very important, but when we talk about those processes, leadership is one who needs to make proper decisions. We also need to have a professional supporting staff because whatever is the decision of leadership, it will not be possible to be done without. And finally, I mean, we can ask ourselves how much attention we need for this, but the fact is that cooperation is needed, is promising. It will influence the dynamic of academic landscape. But, you know, this is what I would say at the same time beauty and a challenge for all of us who are making or participating in academic life. And I think I can stop here. So thank you very much. If there are any questions, I think that both of us at the end of the day will be glad to answer.
Okay, thank you so much for really interesting and amazing presentation. As Maya exactly functional duties deals with internationalization. That's why I really listen very attentively. As you have mentioned, universities increasingly, they adopt some models, but still we should take into consideration national context and perception, because cultural differences as well, from my experience, it really affects internationalization. Let's say academic exchange, student exchange as well. Because university depends on internationalizing on their own strategic roadmap. Let's say Uzbek model of internationalization can be different from US, from European universities model as well. That's why universities can be really ambitious. Yes, they want to increase, let's say, international students number, but are they ready to accept it? As you have mentioned, some invisible factors which they should take into account in order to afford, let's say, some factors, yes, for large number of international students as well. So now I have some questions from the chat and from YouTube channel as well. We announced like a closing discussion, and all questions which participants are not able to give during the, let's say, speech right now, you are welcome. Firstly, I will read aloud some questions for our experts as well. Okay, so one question from Boterjan Kasimov. Yes, what are the ways to build a good quality culture at higher educational institutions? What are your recommendations? It is like the first question.
Yeah, I mean,
so should I read all questions, or we will do it like a?
Yeah.
I think that the more important is to be granular. I mean that you have to involve all the stakeholders and all the levels. I mean, and to create a quality commission in each level, in master, in PhD and degrees, and also to have all the people in this commission to make report at least every year or every 6 months, and to be also transparent and publish this information in the web to be accessible for everybody. And you will need also time.
Okay.
May I also do a point in relation with the internationalization presentation of Professor Melita in the area of research? I think that it could be interesting for universities in your country to participate in the course. I am sending by the chat. The course is COST, is an action from the European Union where the researcher create network for working in project. Many people need international partner, so to explore the coast, and if you see any research proposal that is interesting for your researcher, you can write the researcher and they will let you to incorporate into the group. So I think that this resource is very useful, and is also allow people from outside of the European Union to incorporate to the project. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. There is one question about internationalization to Professor Melita. How can universities balance local identity and global integration in their internationalization efforts?
Could you repeat just the beginning of the sentence? I didn't hear well.
Okay, how can universities balance local identity and global
Okay.
integration,
Yeah.
internationalization process efforts?
Yeah. I mean, from my personal experience, you know, I lived in different places and worked there. I never think that it's a problem of keeping the local identity, because local identity is really strongly intertwined in everything what we do, what we eat, how we think, you know. So it's like identity will stay there. One of the important part of identity is language, and I think that all the languages should be preserved as much as they can. So I think that this aspect is something that countries should nurture as a kind of part of their identity. But generally, I mean, exchange with other cultures and other, I mean, customs and everything that comes. And custom is also the way that we approach, for example, students, or the way we teach, and the way, you know, everything what we do. I think it's just enrichment that we can also, it helps us to understand better the other side. We can take and kind of transfer some of good experience into our culture, still not jeopardizing our identity. And, you know, it's a kind of mutual experience that brings enrichment, but does not jeopardize the local identity.
Okay, thank you. One more question. It's my personal question. Based on today's discussion, it was really interesting. What are top 3 actionable recommendations you would give to Uzbek universities to enhance their global standing?
You know, visibility of institutions are always important, but I don't think that the ranking is the most important, you know. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know what you discussed and what was the kind of follow-up you were mentioning, that it was very interesting. But, you know, I differentiate between rankings and institutional or national visibility of institutions. So this is one of the things. Secondly, I think that the networking, and which actually means collaboration with others, is another very important thing that brings to kind of visibility and presence of institution in a global environment. And finally, I do think that this kind of direct human exchange, it means, you know, mobility is something that cultivates different things and brings different benefits. And I think that is important, not just to have outgoing mobility, but also incoming mobility. In other words, to accept that Uzbek institutions, foreign academics and students, and again, it doesn't need to be for a long time, maybe shorter stay or something, but to have this perspective. So I guess those 3 things could help a lot to global visibility.
Thank you so much. But exactly in previous our time, yes, there was an expert, Ellen Hazelcorn. She speak about a subjective character of international rankings. Many universities right now, international rankings manipulate, yes, their roadmap. And some niche areas universities, which is a specific and narrow, their quality performance was not being assessed in objective way. So there was like this side of that problem. She talked a lot as well, that international rankings has the other invisible side as well.
Yeah, you know, rankings, I mean, I don't know what the expert talked, everything, but what you said, you know, yes, this is an issue, you know, and it's like you have a lot of controversies with the rankings. On the other side, you know, people say something against ranking, but then again, you will meet a rector or president, they will say, oh, our institution is this and that place in ranking, and everyone picks up the ranking that they are the best. They don't talk about the rankings where they are not doing so well. So, I mean, there are many, many issues with rankings. And, it's like we cannot neglect everything, but the fact is that ranking is not direct assurance of the quality. Then it does not treat all the institutions the same way. So, for example, like your institution is more language teaching. You will never, whatever excellence you have, you will never be really showed in a ranking system as a very highly positioned institution, not because of the quality, but because of the field that you're covering. So, I mean, there are many, many different issues. And, we cannot talk about too much of this, but I would just say to take the rankings as something that, yes, it exists. So we can think of this, but not to take it as a main indicator or argument for having a good quality or not. But of course, many elements of ranking we can consider to see how we can improve our institutions, in particular in research.
Yes, thank you so much. And one more question from.
If I may say just one thing, I don't know if anyone from the ministry is here. But very often ministries like to play with the rankings, and they think that ranking is something that will support the quality, and they will kind of finance more those who are better. But I would just say, I'm not saying negative things, but I say be careful, be cautious about ranking.
Yes, I do agree, yes, with that.
I would say that we should not be obsessed with the ranking. For example, I am working in a small university, so we know that we could never be in the ranking of Shanghai because we have Nobel Prize. We cannot compare a small university of 5,000 students with one of the big universities in Madrid or Barcelona that have more than 100,000 students and a lot of professors. So it's orientative, but we are not obsessed with the ranking. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And there is a question about accreditation. How should accreditation process be tailored for doctoral programs to ensure both academic side and professionally it is relevant? Sorry.
Can I suggest? I think that tomorrow Francisco will talk about this. So maybe if we can leave this question of this presentation, and then we can contribute both to your questions. Just bring it tomorrow. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, I don't want to be a spoiler, so you can wait for tomorrow.
Okay. So in that case, about tomorrow's time, I had also sent two messages to Professor Melita, and there are also some audience. Yes, what about the time? Which time will be suitable?
I read your email.
As it was being fixed in agenda, or we will do it like a 15 minutes. We can do it. Switch.
I read your mail, what you sent, but the first thing what I mentioned that in a schedule that you send, agenda that you send, you put Francisco's presentation only 15 minutes. So there is some error. Okay, this is one thing. Second thing is yes, I understand the argument. I could understand the argument for lunch, but we also have our lunch. And, doing by 1 o'clock, we are missing our lunch. So lunch is for me not an argument to start here or there. It's like, and considering both Francisco's and my schedule, it will be better that we start earlier, and then we have a chunk of free day for other things. Otherwise, morning is too little to do something, and we are just waiting to start the workshop. I think that 8:30 is ideal time to start for us and finish according to the schedule. So two things. There is an error in agenda. You gave only 15 minutes to Francisco for his speech. And then, I cannot now in the discussion to correct this, but we cannot finish when it was planned. if he adds his time that he needs for his presentation. And secondly, both sides, European and Uzbekistan, have a lunchtime. It's like we're missing our lunchtime today, and that this is not an argument. Okay, so we would really prefer that we keep up the schedule as it was planned. If there are no lecture from Uzbekistan side presentation, that's fine. I mean, we understand this, no problem, but just to stick to what we planned, because that makes more sense. And then if we have a shorter presentation altogether, it will be for one presentation, but give us a free chunk of time to do other things.
Also, I will say if you can gladly send us maybe 1 hour before the meeting, the link and the information, we could try to connect maybe 30 minutes before to see if there is a technical issue, okay?
30 minutes before? Which time it will be?
Yes, I mean, if we start the meeting at 8:30 Brussels time, if I have the link, I will try to connect maybe at 8 Brussels time of a quarter past 8 to see if everything is working, okay?
No, Zoom link will be the same, yes, the same.
The link
It will
is
not
the
be
same.
changed.
The link is
yes.
the same. Okay,
Yes,
so then no problem.
Okay, so today we have started before the lunchtime in Uzbekistan. It is at 12:45. Hope in that case, if we start at that time, how exactly many people will be involved. We will see in that case. We will start at 12:45 and it is Uzbekistan time.
12:45 Uzbekistan time.
It is like your Brussels time. It is 8:45.
Okay, thank you.
For me, it's no problem. In Spain, the breakfast, the lunch time is very late. It's about between 3 p.m. or 4 p.m., so no problem for me.
Okay. So right now it's 5 p.m. here, yes, in Tashkent. That's why, yes. Yes. Okay, so in that case, we will meet tomorrow, okay? So,
Okay. And I will send you my
yes, the Zoom
presentation
link
this evening.
same.
So this is 8:45 Brussels time, no?
Yes, 8:45. Yes.
Okay. So have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for interesting
And to
presentation.
all of you. A nice dinner for you now,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
See you.
Demek Zoom'dagi iştirakçılar
Thank you, Nazmiya, very much.
thank you so much. Yes, I'm like announcing it once again in Uzbek language for the audience. Demak, kimlar hozir qolgan bo'lsa Zoom'da, bugungi vaqt singari 12:45da boshlaymiz, sal ertaroq tugaydi. Shuni hisobga olishlaringizni so'rayman. Katta rahmat. Sog' bo'linglar.